Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You know there's something going down, but you don't know what you're facing. Oh no, when the cold wind blows, when they see your eyes, think they got our number, but we ain't gonna lay down here and die. I said, hey, there's no surrender when you're standing on the line. I said, hey, there's no surrender. Let 'em hear our battle cry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2020 Spring LCK Finals. This is round 2. This is DRX versus T1. Both of them playing for a shot up against Gen G, waiting in the LCK Final. I'm Atlas. I am joined by LS. LS, my friend, what do you feel like DRX's chances are heading into this particular match?
I'm gonna say they have. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with 30%, Atlas.
That's exactly what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah, I think that T1 are the favorites coming into the match, but I think if DRX gets the edges in drafts, which I don't predict them to, then I think that they could have a chance to win. So you roll the die, and maybe 3 out of 10 times, DRX manages to find some edges.
But also, are DRX once again going to be playing this entire series on the blue side? Because we were expecting DRX to want a little bit more red side priority. We think that red side does give you a lot of advantages within the draft phase, but DRX have been pretty stubborn in the fact that they've been sitting on that blue side every single time. And when we're talking about stubbornness, the name CVMAX needs to be mentioned. This guy gets an idea and he sticks with it for as long as he possibly can, for better or for worse. So I don't know. I do appreciate his commitment, but I just don't know whether it's committed to the right things at this stage. Because I think in the Damwon series especially, thinking about what Damwon wanted might have been a good idea. However, they were the winning team in that 5-game best-of-5 series. So far, we have had 100% of the games that are possible within these playoffs, and I'm hoping that that continues here. Because if we get 5 games between T1 and DRX, it means that our top 3 are solid, assuming Gen G are going to play well in the final.
Yeah. So T1 versus DRX today, I think, is very slated in T1's favor. But again, we'll have to see what the drafts do have in store for us. We get all of the exciting matchups. You have Teddy versus Deft down in the bot lane. You have Faker versus Chovy. And we also get to see Doran versus Kana up there in the top lane, so that's going to be exciting as well. Now, T1, they've been using Cuz and Elim. I would assume that Cuz would be the primary player today in this series, but maybe there's something else in store. And we're going to also get to see what T1's been preparing, because it's been a while since we last saw them play.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen them on 10.7 either, so we might see some different priority for them. Of course, the patch didn't change too much as far as the meta was concerned. Just a few extra little buffs to push a few champions a little bit closer to relevance, not necessarily taking away what T1 have been looking for. I think Chovy versus Faker is an absolutely gigantic matchup. This is the time where Chovy gets to prove to the world that Choki is dead. This is his opportunity, because I don't think it happens like this again. Well, even if they have to win here, because otherwise there's just no room for change. And I think that it's going to bear down a lot on him. And this is a very high pressure matchup. As we have a look at the match history between these two teams, there was one series. One series that was won by DragonX over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and I remember the matchup between DragonX and T1, where DragonX had the giga advantage in a draft phase, as well as a very superior game state, and then T1 still managed to deconstruct them in the game.
Yeah.
And that was a really worrying game if you were a DRX fan, because basically you got everything that you could possibly want, and it still wasn't enough. So coming in now to tonight's match, I mean, their recent collision was 2-0 in T1's favor, and DRX looked shaky in some of the games against Damwon, which was really worrying.
Yeah.
But if they can play like they did in the first two games versus Damwon, we probably have a much closer series on our hands.
Not to mention if Doran keeps playing the way he's playing as well, especially up against Noguri in their series against Damwon, I think he was very impressive. Whereas I think more recent games for Kana have left a little bit more to be desired. But we're having a look at Pyoshik dying here in these highlights, and that's an example of things that could certainly go wrong for DRX, because Cuz certainly has been stepping up this season, and Pyoshik still yet to find his sea legs on the big stage.
Yep. And, well, I think that Pyoshik here in tonight's match, there's probably going to be a lot more pressure on him, because the laners are going to be facing quite a bit of resistance. And when I refer to that, some people might think, well, didn't they also face resistance against Damwon, given that there was Nuguri and Showmaker? I think that having the lane with Deft and Keria be the one that's going to face more resistance than, say, the top side of the map, I think is more problematic for DRX. And you have to wonder what that can mean for Pyoshik, because that also means that we get some direct correlation with Dragon Control and things of that nature. So DRX, they are starting out on the red side, as it seems like Korean teams have an affinity for blue, which is really interesting, because I know on the broadcast here we've been very vocal about red side being very powerful if you know how to use it.
Well, we'll see whether they do choose to head towards that red side and what kind of successes are going to happen. I think the biggest worry here for DRX is, in their Damwon series, they were playing around Damwon mistakes a lot of the time. Damwon were running headlong into engagements that they didn't necessarily want or have too much reason to fight around, whereas T1's MO is to do absolutely not that. This is a team that only fights if there's something to fight for, and DRX won't have that opportunity to pick up kills around objectives that don't actually mean anything, right? And I think that has been a large reason why T1 have had so many advantages in this particular matchup for so long, is continuing to have a look down at some of these highlights, and they're not looking good for DragonX, as you could imagine. And this is T1 in a best-of-5 series as well. This is the T1 with probably the best-of-5 win rate. Sorry, the team with the best-of-5 win rate in the world. I don't think anyone has won more best-of-5s than T1.
Well, this is going to be pretty scary. And, like you're mentioning, their resilience also is another contributing factor to when T1 enters into playoff series. And remember, this is a pretty high-pressure match. This is what decides to basically go up against Gen G and see who can end up trying to best them in the finals. Bo5 win rate of 14-3. Can CVMAX and Chovy finally get their revenge? That's one of the big questions on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah.
And we got a battle of LCK awards here. Best Coach Kim versus Young Player Keria.
Yeah, and I actually find this is an interesting award. This is something that you and I are going to have a chat about tomorrow on the Pod State when we are going to be recording it, because I don't know whether Coach Kim is the standout coach for the season, but I can't really argue against it, right? I think it deserves a little bit more discussion. But a young player being Keria is by far and away the right choice as far as that is concerned. I think all three of us would have voted for Keria unless you threw in a cheeky vote there for Chovy, because of course Chovy is still at an age where he can win the Young Player Award. I believe he came second as far as those rankings are concerned, but the points allocated to Keria were just gigantic. As we have a look at some of the team stats between these two squads, regular season versus playoff round one, certainly showing that DRX have stepped things up as far as their performance KDA-wise anyway. But the average game time is the worry here for DRX fans, because DRX like to play fast, but T1, they're very good at taking a team that wants to like pick fights all the time and dismantling them slowly but surely.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can manage to achieve any of that in today's series, as I'm pretty worried for them. You know, I am a pretty big supporter of Dragon X as well as Chovy, but I think that they are disadvantaged overall coming into the matchup here, and I think it's going to be really hard for them to probably find any sort of edges, but maybe there's some sort of things that they've planned in the last couple of days that is going to make it so that they take a different approach to this matchup. But T1, this is going to be pretty scary.
Yeah, and it's going to be Cuz, not LM, as we could probably assume based on Cuz's performance recently. His Gragas has been absolutely out of control, as per usual. Fantastic to see him looking on form on a champion that he has certainly developed an incredible amount of mastery for. But it does mean that certainly stands out as far as a potential ban on DRX's side. Cuz has played 13 games of the Gragas so far, with his next most played being Trundle at 7. So has been favoring that champion a lot. But speaking of favoring champions, we're having a look at the DRX lineup now. No changes, of course, because it is DRX. They do not like having subs. That's just not how they play. But Deft has only played the Varus and the Aphelios in his last 5 games, right? He hasn't really been pushed to find more of a champion pool. And yes, it's Deft, right? He's been playing for an extraordinarily long time.
Yes.
However, hasn't necessarily been forced into different decisions. As you can see, 11-2 on the Varus, 9-2 on the Aphelios. They're the 2 champions that he played in the last series. Whereas Teddy's been able to perform on basically everything. His Kalista has been unbelievable. He's been favoring the Misfortune a lot, but I don't think it necessarily matters. I think it's Teddy's playstyle rather than his champion picks that show him off as such an incredible player.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that Teddy has shown us also the willingness to go outside the box with some of the mage champions down in bot lane during the spring split, having that Cassiopeia come out is another interesting thing that DRX has to probably account for going into tonight's match. Obviously, his willingness to also play Misfortune as much as he has, despite that being a champion that has sort of tapered off in popularity, especially in the LCK.
Yeah.
As another key player match history here, we got Chovy versus Faker.
Chovy, who was able to beat Faker when it came to the regular season, right? This was a Griffin, especially in 2018, that was just winning absolutely everything. They couldn't lose when it came to the regular season, but when it comes to best of fives, it is just not the opportunity for Chovy to win. Chovy and CVMAX, it's about time that they actually get themselves together and take T1 down in a best of 5, because they've never been able to do it. Remember, 2018 wasn't exactly SKT back then's year, and they didn't make it into a few of these finals, and therefore it was KT that was able to take down Griffin in those moments, so not necessarily this kind of final boss, but 2019 was all about T1, and Griffin could never get over the top. So having a look at some of the regular season stats here between these two players, and there are a lot of very large numbers. Chovy's just really good, by the way, LS. Like,
Yeah.
Oh my
He's,
god, the damage per minute difference, the fact that he's first there just means that he gets so much more done than his opponent. You
Yes.
saw that Deft had a plus 300 in that category. That's absolutely insane, but 155 is also just very, very strong.
Yeah. And we'll have to see what he can end up doing here as we are going to jump in to game number 1. Ben pick, T1 on the red side, DRX. See if they can actually utilize counter picks. As T1, they're going to start things off with a Zoe ban, DRX slapping back with an Azir ban. Now Kalista bites the dust.
Yeah, not going for that Kalista first pick or anything like that as DRX are focusing on Faker. This will mean that the bottom lane pool will be wide open. I have a feeling that T1 are going to snap away the Varus. Very, very flexible, and Deft is extraordinarily comfortable on the pick. So taking it away and giving a strong pick into the hands of Teddy makes a lot of sense. Is now DRX thinking about what they want to take away, and the Varus is banned. And so now Aphelios is going to be picked up without too much of an answer, and we'll see where DRX decide to go with this one. Taric is still available. The set was banned, but Ornn is still up. But the 3 mid laners that we look towards on this patch have been taken away. So Chovy going to have to flex a little bit here, as I assume the jungle's probably going to be snapped up. Trundle being left open certainly does raise some eyebrows.
And Jace is going to be locked in right away. So Doran going to try to pilot that to success. Obviously, this champion has been popping up a lot in some of the more recent weeks.
Whoa.
As Victor is going to come in early, so...
Okay, so this is making me feel like it's a Deft pick. The fact that it was picked into the Aphelios with only that information there just makes me... It's twigging something in my brain.
Well, mages
maybe there's something wrong with my brain, I don't know.
Mages are pretty good against Aphelios. No one really got that memo throughout spring. I mean, we've had some people try to take Syndra down into bot lane, but typically the people that took Syndra into bot lane weren't really capable of piloting her for the reason that you would pick Syndra and then try to take her down bot. So we often just ended up getting handshakes as Graves is now locked in for T1. I'm really happy to see this. Graves giga undervalued in the current meta, as Trundle is gonna self-counterpick himself, which is a bit peculiar.
Yeah, but it's understandable. Of course, DRX do put a lot of priority on the Trundle, as Pyke is going to be banned away from T1. And the center is still available, guys. And I saw a sneaky message from our old friend Papa Smithy in chat wondering about whether the Senna Victor bottom lane is a possibility. Of course, we'll be able to shove extraordinarily quickly. Likely the carrier will be piloting the Senna in that situation, but getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit. T1 could ban it away if they would like to, and the Yuumi is going to be taken off the board first.
Well, Pyke and Morgana both banned away by DRX. T1 targeting the Yuumi, not wanting to go up against that. And the interesting thing about this Victor is that it retains its flex potential.
Yeah.
For so long, if it does have the option to go down into the 80 carry role. And this does make some of the bans a little bit difficult for T1 because there's not really a whole bunch of goodness that you could try to target. Silas is going to end up getting hit.
And that's Tom Kent.
Take it away.
So, yeah. We're going to have to call someone in. Papa, if you could just hop in the call. We'll get Brendan Valdez here. Ellis and I need to go. Timothy has jumped in, and it's confusing to say the least. And now Effort can counterpick to his heart's content. Certainly a lot of options, considering the Blitzcrank for the moment. Karma is available that we've seen have so much success, but Brad is another pretty diabolical pick into the Tom Kench. So T1 already punishing this pickup. As now Effort wondering what they're going to do as far as rounding out this roster is concerned. And Faker's pick, it should be coming in at this particular point.
And what is he going to likely... Okay, well, it's actually hovering Pantheon. And that could be Pantheon top lane and then the Ornn going mid. No, it's going to be a swap over to the Akali.
Okay, and this is what Chovy is going to have to deal with in this game. So, 20 seconds to go. What does Chovy decide to go with? Does he take away the Victor and use that instead. It certainly can deal with the Akali if you can get yourself to a decent position, and you can shove pretty relentlessly there, but we'll see where Carrier does decide to go. We still have an inkling that it is going to be the Victor on the bottom side, and Gangplank is locked in, so Doran to be piloting the Pirate most likely for the counter matchup into the Ornn, and Chovy will be taking potentially his famous Jace in the mid lane. Deft has also played Jace in international tournaments. It was awful. It was an absolutely terrible game. We're hoping he never does that again. So not likely that that's going to be happening, as we're going to be waiting another 10 seconds to find out where these solo laners are going.
Well, this is going to be 5 seconds remaining, so we'll wait to see what ends up getting locked in. T1 has an enormous amount of scaling, and it's going to be Chovy on the Gangplank. So this is really nice. This is actually one of the matchups where Gangplank can be flexed mid. It's very brutal for the Akali to try to play this game. Gangplank takes Grass to the Undying. There's lots of squishies on the side of T1. He's going to scale up massively and really stifle the Akali's ability to be relevant in the mid game. So this is going to be pretty interesting across the board. Obviously, I would say that T1 has the leg up down in bot lane. We'll have to see why Victor is going to be selected. Now, he's one of the long-range mobile mages that is actually good against Ornn. Typically, Ornn can really break champions like Vel'Koz or like Xerath or even like Azir by getting on top of them. But Victor, with all of his mobility that's granted by his Q, his repositioning, he has self-peel with Gravity Field, which morphs the terrain. Pretty good mage against Ornn. However, these drafts are pretty neck and neck and even because there's a lot of power in different areas for both of them. And we're going to have to actually see how the game pans out. This was not what I was expecting in a game number 1. T1, if this goes the distance, they have such insane scaling that things do get scary.
Yeah, and I mean, the Gangplank's going to scale very well. I mean, Victor is going to be a walking artillery cannon in the later stages of the game. But you always look at an Ornn, you look at a Graves, in fact. I mean, as far as scaling junglers are concerned, Graves certainly up there. And Aphelios needs no introduction alongside the Akali, which hasn't taken a lethal tempo this time. Of course, Faker likes to style by picking the wrong runes and then still winning. This time it is going to be the fleet footwork, as triple teleport has been taken by both of these squads. So getting towards these objectives when it comes to the mid and late game is certainly going to be a possibility for both of these teams. Just have to see how things go in the laning phase. This Victor pick for bottom lane, though, makes me feel like DRX just want to dodge the laning phase completely. They just want to clear out minion waves. They want to be as safe as possible with the Tahm Kench there with the Devour, and then let Teddy do what he wants, but never give him added advantage. Yeah, that's what it feels like.
We'll have to see how this bot lane goes. Obviously, the Victor with the Tahm Kench is one of the things that is a bit worrisome. Just because, like you're saying, they're trying to really dodge the laning phase. And the thing is that Victor takes a lot of time to come online. But likewise, Gangplank is sort of in the same school of thought. And that's where, when you start to look up at top lane and you see the Jace, things do get a little bit bizarre. So, Kana is going to be on the Ornn. That is the champion that historically does counter the Jace. We saw Nuggery actually put on a clinic, though, as the Jace against Ornn. That was actually against Doran. So we'll see how Doran can manage to do against Kana's Ornn. As we take a look at the runes, and for a Victor Tahm Kench lane, Scorch being selected, I'm not really sure you're going to get that much value. I have no clue why it's not Gathering Storm when you have GP Victor and you're trying to go for mid-game.
And you're playing against an Ornn as well. I mean, any help when it comes to getting some added scaling if the game is going to go late is going to be important. But DRX are a team that likes to play around early advantages, not necessarily late game ones. So let's just see how things go. As Kana versus Doran has started here towards the top side. We'll see what school of thought Doran's going to go for when it comes to the build path. Because there are certainly a few different options that you can have up your sleeve. As Chovy is just relentlessly shooting Faker. Faker going to be a little bit frustrated, but shouldn't be dying anytime soon. As Chovy, oh man, he's popping pellets at this Akali over and over again, and it must be getting frustrating.
And this is basically what this matchup is going to do. You take the Grasp of the Undying as Gangplank, you proc it on Faker endlessly every single time that it's up. He's going to summon a barrel right now. So he's not going to end up actually getting the crash. So even though it looks like Akali is having a bit... Okay, Faker stole his oil.
Yeah, but Chovy was still able to pop the next one and jumps on top of him. That's actually the passive, as we'll see whether Chovy is going to be able to go more aggressive. No, it looks like no flashes, respecting the fact that Faker does have his available. But this lane, as we were expecting, not going to be super fun for the Akali.
And things are definitely going to be scary. As you can see, Trundle, I mean, he's just continuing to power farm up right now, but Graves is very good as well at trying to do all of this. Chovy, he is just feeling really good right now. Faker, though, steals another barrel, so it's basically one extra CS that Akali has that's not just visible on the screen, because coming in, looking for any information on the camp's going to get the news about the Gromp respawn timer. Might even actually do it right now.
He could, certainly, and is going to head over there. Was thinking about backing. Speaking of a back, Chovy is going to teleport right back into this lane as Faker misses that CS. And Chovy's going to miss absolutely nothing as he gets back in. Does have just a Doran's Blade and some boots. Would have loved to go back and collect a Sheen, but thought that the lane state was good enough for Doran to just, sorry, for Chovy to make it back to this lane and be very comfortable as he's looking to try and avoid, at least deter Faker from being able to take that cannon creep. Wasn't able to. Gets one of his own, though. But Faker, with his teleport still available, might be able to get a little bit better when it comes to the items on his next back. His deft down relatively low when it comes to mana, but otherwise is completely fine.
And the thing here is that Piotrek, he's now going to be down a camp because Cuz did manage to steal away the Gromp. Although, Cuz is pathing now, it looks like he's going to do Wolf's Gromp into top lane. If he would do Wolf's Gromp and then move immediately over to the Raptor camp, it would be a little bit peculiar. No, he's going to actually do Wolf camp into moving mid, maybe wanting to relieve some of the pressure for Faker, who, remember, he hasn't even teleported yet. He's doing a really good job at just sustaining, and if you look at it and you see how this wave is being played out, you feel really good for Faker, as Chovy not really managing to pull the wave or anything. And you can also see that even the items that he has is what Gangplank would be able to achieve if he just did a cheetah recall, but he's down the teleport. Faker's going to come back to lane and be sitting pretty, as Chovy does have level 6 now, but this is going to be a pretty slow and steady game, and everywhere for DRX, they're not managing to get advantages in the laning phase. Cuz is so far ahead in EXP, and Pioshek's wondering when the next patch for World of Warcraft's going to come out, because he's having a really hard time right now farming.
I think it's towards Christmas, as they're looking for Canna, puts down the pillar, but doesn't find too much more there, as T1 instantly have started off this dragon based on that added information that they did have available to them. I really love this. T1, they notice anything and they will take the maximum. And so this Ocean Drake will be taken down. We'll see what the next one's going to be, as Infernal Drake coming up next, and we will of course have a Cloud Soul for game number 1. As Doran gonna get knocked up, Canna, not with a lot of mana available, but you can see Doran just walking into that one, flash forward, and that was just disrespectful out of Doran. First blood so easily for Canna.
And Kana still has his spellbook available, I believe, so everything is just going really bad right now for DRX. You have an Akali that's going even against Gangplank in the mid lane, and this is a byproduct to how Chovy chose to play out the lane. Now Faker drawing a lot of aggro here.
Yep, battle comes down. They do get the flash out. Yeah, double flashes in here as Pioshek's going to be able to take down the Akali. Cuz has been exhausted as Kerry is chasing after them, but Magical Journey gets them safely into the red buff pit. So 1-1 and very even on gold at this stage, but the added Drake and the power top lane is in favor of T1.
Yeah, and the thing is that if Faker just didn't do that, he was winning so hard against the Gangplank, but now losing out on the cannon wave, yes, it's going to be picked up by Cuz. Chovy does manage to stabilize a little bit, so really unfortunate right there. Just very greedy play by Faker, ends up getting punished. Take a look at this. So Doran tries to get the whole crash in. He tries to turn around to get the knockback on Horn.
캐리 해줄게 내가. 오케이 나이스. 이거 트런들 잡고 먹고 갈 수 있어 상도아.
And then it immediately cuts to a replay here. This is Faker versus Chovy. Gangplank ult comes out defensively, and then he tries to run to get the recall off. And what Faker's trying to do here is clear out the minion wave, stop the recall one more time, because then he would just be able to be super far ahead of the Gangplank if he could lock him in lane, but not anticipating the Trundle to be there as well. And he ends up going down. So Very unfortunate for his lane state. He was already also down a little bit in EXP, but shouldn't be the end of the world by any means. I would say that T1 are still ahead in this game, even though they are down about 500, 600 gold.
Especially with this minion wave ready to be eaten by Teddy on the bottom side of the map. You should be able to get relatively close to even CS, but kudos goes to DRX with Carrier being able to rotate around. I mean, Deft right now is struggling just a little bit. Does get booped by effort, but he's otherwise okay and is still continuing to stay ahead in farm. So this bottom lane is achieving exactly what it wanted to achieve at this stage of the game. Already with that first Hex Core upgrade, you can see Chovy comes back with a Sheen. He's going to be more difficult to deal with, and will have his ultimate back available again very soon. I think there is a world where DRX can win team fights, but I'm super worried about what happens when they get there, and it's DRX against T1, right? Like, I just feel like T1 always knows how to fight against DRX, not necessarily their composition, just the players.
Yeah, I mean, that was how they ended up winning one of the matches previously in the face of a massive draft deficit. And this one, obviously, much closer, with the edge going to T1 once the items start going to 4, 5, 6. Even though there's a Victor and a Gangplank, things just get really hard as, okay, pick scaling comp, rotate for Herald, and see how it works, Cotton.
Yeah, well, Carrier is going to go down very low, eats the Grey Health, flashes away, but in goes Faker. Is able to execute the Tahm Kench, but now he's on the wrong side. He's got the Shroud, but already 2 kills have come in as Teddy takes a magical journey. Looks for the next one, but Faker steals it away. And T1 find another fantastic team fight in this matchup against DRX. And it started very early in this game.
And it feels like this game is all right, so if we identify the game state as T1 being ahead when they're slightly behind in gold, they're now ahead in gold. And like I was saying right before that fight ended up transpiring, you pick a scaling team composition, you rotate for Herald, but we've talked about this many times on the broadcast. They've talked about it in LCS, LEC as well, that if you rotate for the Herald and the enemy gets free minion waves or turret plates while you do that, it ends up actually being a net loss. Even if you collapse the Herald into a turret to get advantage, the XP has to be accounted for. But here, T1 ends up actually rotating everything. You can see Chovy split, and it just doesn't make any sense. They would have dragged all their members to the top-hand side of the map, and T1 basically say to straighten up, as these champions aren't in a position to teamfight. They never would be at this stage of the game, so really reckless, and T1 are just so far ahead right now in this game number 1.
Absolutely, and we'll see what DRX can actually do with this Rift Herald that they sacrificed so much for. As you can see, Pioshik is going to take down Bertha and then look towards the bottom lane. 5 seconds, and we'll have an Infernal Drake on our hands as well. As you can see, DRX with control of the bottom lane, and Pioshik wanting to get over here and take this dragon away. DRX should be able to get some work done here. Faker just making his way back from base right now. But Chovy's going back, very close to having his flash back available as T1 look like they are going to fight for this. Teleport coming in, it's down very low. There's the Tempered Fate, and Pioshik doesn't have his flash available. He will have to use that ultimate, but the Devour comes in first. Faker now in the backline. The Dragon is stolen away, but this is all about the Akali and what he can do to try and eradicate DRX. Looks like he's not going to go too far forward, and Mountain Soul is coming in. Thankfully, I successfully cast a curse at this time around, and we're not going to have any boring Cloud Drakes.
And the thing about the Mountain Soul that's so problematic for DRX is it really hurts the Jace. It really hurts the Victor. These are champions that, obviously, Jace is going to build a lot of lethality. And so any little bit of extra resistance is going to be really problematic for him. Also, the way that he's going to conduct himself, the Mountain Soul, if T1 gets to it, it's going to really nullify him. Victor can't typically get to any sort of pen until later stages of the game. We're talking 4 or 5 items generally is when Victor's pen items are going to end up coming in, and that's just the nature of the champion. Gangplank likewise wants to go for the Trinity Force, wants to go for the crit. So these are really problematic dragons that T1 ended up rolling. And Atlas, I don't like to call games super early, and I think a lot of people would think it's ridiculous to call it when the gold score is so neck and neck, but gold score doesn't paint the state of this game. The state of this game is Gangplank and Victor are going to be behind in the mid game. They're not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe against T1, which means we're going to go to a soul point in favor of T1. And these champions on T1, when they're ahead, are so oppressive against DRXs.
Well, Faker is going to dive on top of Chovy. There's the cannon barrage. They're going to trade ultimates for the moment. Second charge not there anymore for Faker, so no more aggression as DRX are going to put down Shelly on the top side. As Canna's looking to try and at least stop something. Gets a knock up, but that's only going to deny a few moments of Shelly's time as she does eat up all of those plates on this turret. So, slight advantage here, but Deft will need a devour here from Keria. Does get him into his belly, but Keria relatively low and Cuz making his way in. Teddy should be taken down here as DRX have turned it bottom side, and now Cuz could be in trouble. There's the stopwatch from Keria. Deft very low, but Cuz as well takes that auto from the Victor and is in a lot of trouble. Abyssal Voyage, Deft can't get in, and Faker is going to be able to take down the Tahm Kench anyway. Actually smart of Deft not to get in there, otherwise that would have been a double kill for Faker with 1 5-point strike, but instead they're still able to get down here and take down a few plates on this turret. Sadly for T1 though, Teddy doesn't get any.
Yeah, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 in the end, not the end of the world, but T1 definitely making out ahead as Kana trying to run for his life right now. He's gonna make it. He's gonna dab on them with the Pengu emote.
These kids, man.
Yeah, 2 minutes until Mountain Soul comes up, and with all the jungle camps remaining, probably just gonna have a full clear by both of these junglers. You have to wonder how close Akali is to the Gunblade. So let's take a look at how this all transpired. So, Deft walking up, knows that he has the Devour by Tahm Kench. Gravity Field ends up coming out, and Cuz actually kiting a little bit suboptimally, gets hit by the Gravity Field, but it doesn't matter because you have Faker coming around from the north for the flank, and they end up casting the heal on Bard. Got a little bit nervous perhaps against another Death Ray by Deft, but it doesn't matter. Abyssal Voyage comes out, donates Faker a kill. They get more turret plates, and now at 1.5 minutes until this Mountain Dragon is going to be coming up, and you look at everyone. Kana is going to have the Ignite for that team fight. You have Graves is ahead of the Trundle. iEdge already completed on Aphelios, and Victor, he's just sitting there on his Hex Core completion, and that's not going to make Victor that scary for this next team fight.
Well, Chovy is going to be scary, so we'll see whether the gangplank is going to be enough to turn this one for DRX. He does have his Trinity Force now completed. We're going to be sitting on 2 lethality items for Doran very soon as well, as T1 have started off Shirley under the noses of DRX. Decent stun there onto Keria, but Canna gets inside track, and he's going to move down this river. Deft turns up, but it looks like Shirley's just going to be given away. And we're going to go Herald for Herald so far in this game, illustrating just how close this game actually is. I know, certainly not when you factor in scaling and things like that, but if you just look at the top of your screen like I am prone to do, it's about 300 gold the difference between these two squads. So as far as like actual money to be put to use when it comes to this next Dragon fight, certainly going to be an opportunity for DRX to find something, and they've got to start this snowball rolling ASAP if they're going to get to any sort of late game with some control. Like you already illustrated, it's just going to get harder and harder from here on out. And there's a Tempered Fate. Keria will be able to gobble up this Victor if he wants to. Doesn't even have to here. As Effort taking a lot of damage. Chaos Storm comes down. Magical Journey gets the Bard out of there. Possible overextension, but you can see DRX just trying to get the health bars low on T1 and allow them to move over towards this Mountain Drake already. Teleport coming in from Doran, who does have his Duskblade completed. And throws out the Shock Blast. Teddy in trouble. Look at that lethality doing work as Chovy and Faker fighting it out. Faker getting that ultimate out of Chovy is a big deal, actually, as Chovy's still sitting on all of those oranges, and Faker now having to run for the hills. He does have teleport, but Pyoshik's coming down as well. No Shroud for the next couple of seconds, as he doesn't go for the alcove. Does get the Shuriken backflip, though, but there's the snipe. And Michael Jordan in the form of a Jace and Doran is going to be able to take down the Akali.
And that's really unfortunate for T1 because they give DRX over a Mountain Dragon for free, and that's Faker just being a little bit greedy there against the Gangplank. Had Chovy been kiting as best as he could have, he would have been able to actually solo the Akali there, which is a testament to just how unfortunate that situation would have been, or could have been, for T1. The kill ends up going over to Doran. Mountain Drake captured, and we got some action up here in the top lane. There's no turret plates. However,
yep, just going to be that turret as Shirley is going to be answered by Doran on the bottom side. I think he does more than a Rift Herald at this point in the game. Certainly able to accelerate his auto attacks to the point where you can just shred these turrets down, and we'll get the crash on this minion wave bottom side. And you can see DRX have turned around that slight gold edge to now be in their favor, but if you're a DRX fan, don't start breathing any sighs of relief yet. It's not over until they have a pretty decent advantage moving towards 30 minutes in this game.
No, it's absolutely not, as the Mountain Dragon, when you look at it for DRX's members, no one really builds resistances except for the Tom Kench and then obviously the Trundle. So none of the primary carries are going to be super tanky, at least not until the later stages. We'll get some resistances. And Chovy, you can see, he could have kited down. He could have been kiting down that entire time. There was no way that Akali would have been able to kill him. Pillar comes out, Faker flashes away, perhaps not knowing about the Jace just outside of vision. Ends up getting sniped, so flash blown for no reason. And now we're going to enter into a bit of a lull state. And this is where things can begin to get a little bit scary. I would say at this point of the game, the Gangplank and the Victor are actually in a pretty okay position, assuming a team fight would break out. But T1, they have no obligation to fight. Kana really close to 13, and he's building Frozen Fist. And
yeah, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about DRX needing to fight for every single dragon that comes up this game. I think they're going to have to, 3 minutes time. I don't think you can risk even one Mountain Drake, because their composition is all about, let's wipe someone out in the duration of, like, let's wipe a team out in the duration of a Chaos Storm, and you can't do that if all of the resistances are getting augmented. Plus, Canna is going to be an uber tank in the late game with a few Mountain Drakes stacked up on top, not to mention a possible Mountain Soul. If DRX, though, can get to a Mountain Soul with a 4 stack of Mountains, that is going to mean Pyosik is absolutely unkillable. He puts Subjugate on Canna, and then they potentially are able to win team fights. Not to mention Chovy being able to frontline much more effectively with some free resistances on top of all the damage that Gangplank is going to be building up. As you can see, he does have a Null Magic Mantle. We'll see where that's actually going, as he might be building towards a more of Malmortius in theory. But I'd like to see that Caulfield's Warhammer turned into an Essence Reaver for the... oh, actually, no, it's not going to be. So this is going to be, once again, the Death's Dance build, I believe, because there's Boots of Lucidity, meaning that you're not going to be going for the extra 20% CDR on the Essence Reaver. So a slightly different, more tanky build, once again, much like what our friend Nogari was going for in the last series.
And one of the things that is going on in this game is, so Kana, he did ding 13. He got both of the ornament upgrades already. So he's one level away from being able to start giving over ornaments. So Molten Edge going to come in, Obsidian Cleaver on the Grave, Salvation on the Bard. Everyone's going to have an ornament. Zanya's Paradox also going to be able to be completed. So if you're T1, all that you want to do right now is sit back, deny team fights, scale up to the core items, let Ornn masterwork them, and then fight around key objectives. Now, DRX bought themselves a lot of time by getting that last Mountain Dragon, because it means that even if T1 would win this next fight, DRX still has one more kick that would be able to be in them, and that would obviously be the sole point fight that would be inevitable. But the other flip side is that T1, I believe their champions are all basically ahead in XP except for Faker versus Chovy, and base levels are a really key thing, and it does look like that is actually going to be a Maw of Malmortius for the Gangplank.
Yeah, so a slight deviation from what we saw. I don't know whether he is going to be going for Death's Dance next or something like that, or whether it is instead just going to be straight towards something like a Infinity Edge at that point. Because you can go Infinity Edge and then into, I don't know, some sort of Zeal item or something like that, potentially. We'll see. It's not going to be the Phantom Dancer, though, that my brain went to immediately, because, of course, he already has that Lifeline passive in the form of the Maw of Malmortius. So, still waiting to see what Chovy is exactly going to be picking up here, as Severum, armed on Teddy, moves down this river, and we'll just go back to bouncing minion waves back and forward in this mid lane. And that is good news for T1. The onus is not on them to do anything, so if they're playing ping pong, it's exactly where they need to be.
Well, 10 seconds until the dragon is going to come up. They are posturing around for it. They're fighting for vision. Cuz is level 12.5. Not sure where Pyosik is, but he does have level 11, so he does have that rank 2 ultimate available. But T1 with the low ground is exactly where they want to be. Ornn has an upgrade of not electing to use it on anyone.
Yeah, Faker's actually going to be taken down very low here. Goes Golden, gravity field is set up, flash comes down as there's the cannon barrage, stopping a lot of this re-engage from T1. Subjugate now on cooldown as DRX are just going to move over and take this outer turret as Death Rays are flying left, right, and center. Carrier, they're making sure that T1 aren't rotating over to this Drake. And now it looks like 3 members of T1 have been caught out of position. Cuz down to half health as DRX, they claim the low ground. Now it's time for T1 to find a way back in.
Yeah, and you can see Kana, just barely gonna miss the Death Ray. He upgraded the Obsidian Cleaver here instead of Teddy's Molten Edge, which is a little bit surprising. They're gonna go over the wall, they're gonna flip.
Yeah, we're looking for a 50-50 as Faker's right into the backline. Great devour from Carrier and Faker falls. Canna gets exhausted as it is going to be the Mountain Drake lockdown by DRX, and they claim a couple of kills. Abyssal Voyage very aggressively on top of Cuz, who will get licked by Carrier and destroyed. But no, fantastic snare comes through from Effort. I don't know whether it's going to be enough as flashes forward from DRX, and they are not stopping Teddy. In trouble, the flash from Chovy, the Chaos Storm, not enough, and Teddy's going to survive. But the pings are down on the Baron.
The pings are going over to the Baron, and DRX managed to win a Mountain Dragon that I don't think anyone probably would have suspected them to win if you just rewinded the tape by like 45 seconds. T1 were in such a good position, but now they're the ones that got out muscle. Teleports coming in to try to do something.
This could
but
be
this
a
should be
pentakill.
the Baron.
Faker's gonna dive on in and oh my god, Faker steals the Baron. He's turned it immediately. Takes down the jungler as well. Carrier, no options. This is an uber throw out of DRX, but a fantastic capitalization by T1. They ace Dragon X in the Baron pit, and now the game might just be over.
The game might indeed be over, Atlas, as they have a minion wave in close proximity. But the death timers, I'm actually not sure. All right, at the very least, they should be able to get the inhibitor. They're not actually going to go for the end of the game. They're going to get the inhibitor. Well, they should actually leave the inhibitor alive. They shouldn't take it at this point. Instead, just, yes. Okay, you know what? You're not going to get to take it away. So they left the inhibitor up, and the reason that you don't want to take it right now is because this would not be a game-ending inhibitor. You would end up handing over thousands of free gold and XP to DRX that you would never be able to utilize in top lane. So they back off, not electing to take it. We're going to the replay really quick first. Cuz goes over the wall, tries to actually eat the dragon, but Pyosik turns back around, wins the smite fight. Dragon went to 400. Faker biting off a lot more than he can chew. He's done this a lot this game, which is very uncharacteristic of him. So Cuz ends up getting tagged right there, and then this Chaos Storm that Def casts so late, you see, turns back around. And then because he turns back around, the Chaos Storm doesn't end up killing Teddy. And that changes everything because Helios is here in this Baron fight. Faker gets in.
뒤에도 봤어. 뒤에도 있어. 뒤에 좋아.
And then really good play by Faker.
못 끝내.
To keep watching his teammates, looking around at lane stage, trying to assess what is the best option here. Same way an RTS player would look around the map and then try to deduce, okay, if we can do whatever is best, what would make the best play? And so really good camera control, always a pleasure to see his POV whenever it swaps to it.
And now, T1 pressuring this inner turret. They will be able to take that one down. In the meantime, Faker's in the mid lane, just keeping Deft and Pyosik busy. The wave clear offered by this Victor is not as powerful with this Baron buff applied. And T1 moving towards over a 5,000 gold lead right now. Teddy will take a shock blast, but they're not starting to do as much damage as DRX were really hoping, especially up against what should be a very squishy Aphelios. Faker moving on over. This is down to half health now on the inhibitor turret. Remember, the top inhibitor turret is already removed. The base is well and truly broken. Chovy moves over here. He still should have the upper hand in a 1v1 against Faker, but with these minions having to be dealt with, not exactly going to be an option. His effort just sitting there with a door to Narnia available if you would like it, and go through that wall. But looks like DRX have staved off T1 for the moment. T1 recognize that they just play it slow. They will just forever keep scaling ahead of DRX.
Yeah. And DRX, I mean, the one thing that they have going for them is they have double Mountain. And so they are getting 12% amp to the resistances as we do approach levels, 15 through 18 and whatnot. The base resistances are pretty high. So getting amplified by that. Also, they do have some other resistance items that they've picked up, and that's really good. Faker, he bought an Oblivion Orb, but there's not a whole bunch of healing on DRX that you would want to reduce. So the Void Staff would have penetrated a lot more, as he does pick up a blasting one, so we'll see if he does build that into Void. Kana ended up going for Stoneplate third, but against all the mass AoE that comes out by DRX, Solari would have it would have been really nice, but lots of resistances on their side. If they can pick up the next Mountain Dragon, that'll obviously be good, but this is going to be a really key fight.
And we'll see whether DRX can once again work a miracle, as you can see that low ground that we were talking about certainly in the hands of T1 right now. As Doran is going to make his way in. Edge of Night completed for the Jace, so we'll be able to play a little bit more recklessly. And this Dragon has already been started. Flanking position for Faker, as you can already see. Double control wards are put down. But look, this Dragon is just already taken. Cuz is going to be able to eliminate it. And DRX unable to do anything. And here's the Ornhorn to try and go for the re-engage. Double knock up there on the Pyojik and Carrier. As there's the Cannon Barrage. Faker gets into the backline. Hasn't done anything just yet, though. This is going to get shot by Chovy a few times. Redemption coming on in. And that is going to get Faker back up to relatively high health. Flash is going to be flashed by Carrier. As Deft making his way in, but not able to actually follow up with this Chaos Storm, as Teddy not going to be displaced by that pillar. Pyojik throwing down the flash, getting nothing for it, and that is just Soul Point given over to T1 with no response from DragonX.
Yep, and so T1, they bring themselves to Soul Point. All they have to do now is wave clear endlessly for about 5 minutes. Teddy flashing those, really dangerous. He won't have that now for the Soul Point fight.
That's actually a huge deal, the timing on that flash.
Yeah. As Zhonya's Paradox ends up being upgraded via the Ornament. All the Ornament items have almost been completed right now. The only one still remaining is Salvation on Bard. And all the items across the board, I mean, we're reaching that end stage right now where DRX, they're going to try to fight for this Baron. This is really key. This is going to be the closest that they ever come again to being able to beat T1, because now as we move forward in the game, this is where the utility items will start coming in for T1 that make the team fighting for DRX a lot more problematic. Gangplank doesn't really have any other item that he's going to be coasting towards that's really going to change his dynamic in a fight. I mean, Victor's building Morello, and this is going to be it, Atlas. I think this Baron dance will probably spell the fate of the game, because if DRX gets it, they'll convert it into another mountain, and then that'll bring it to Soul Point for both teams, as well as swing the gold back in their favor. But if T1 gets it, I think the game just ends.
I think so too. And maybe DRX are going to flip that coin a little bit early, as the Baron is currently being positioned around. Good snare, but Doran not going to be able to find the Shock Blast. Acceleration Gate will keep him safe as teleport in from Faker. Feels like T1 might have found some sort of flanking maneuver, but no, not going to go for it just yet. Remember, the battlefield can be manipulated by this Bard, who can just sort of turn up whenever he wants to. But it might be the Bard getting caught out of position. A very small journey is going to be taken, but it will be enough as T1 move over, and they are able to regain all of that vision control around the Baron that they were looking for.
Well, they're going to push in the mid wave first. They're going to try to get vision control over this. Might even be able to go over and take the red buff away as well. Perhaps putting it on the Jace or the Gangplank as Kana's caught out.
Yeah, going to be able to get the knock up there as Deft gets devoured, gets spat out again. Good knock up there from Carriers. Deft has to flash to get himself out of the way. Faker immediately exhausted, dives onto Deft, who's already dead actually. Defelios takes him down as Chovy, the last real man standing who can do any damage, but Doran is going to be there. Effort chasing after Carrier now. They're just going to give up their Tahm Kench as Doran moves on back. A minute and a half until that Mountain Drake is available. And Chovy should be able to get the back off here. No, not able to. as he's hit by the Forge Fire Cape. Effort turns up, doesn't land the Cosmic Binding as Chovy trying to do the impossible, takes a magical journey, wants to take down the Bard, but he's just gone back and forth through this journey. Can he actually take him down here though is the question. He's gonna get that lifeline, a lot of extra lifesteal now available for this Gangplank, who's gonna get knocked up, and there is the boop with the brittle, and Canna is gonna take him down.
Yeah, now they're gonna teleport over to the Baron. Chovy not going to be available for this, even though he would have a teleport or his ultimate when he would come up. This is just going to be the Baron going over to T1. This is going to convert into the Mountain Soul, and I can't see a way where DRX is supposed to win the next teamfight, Atlas. I really don't see it in any foreseeable universe, as I just want to point out Faker, a bit of a savant, did build
Yeah, I saw it.
the Void Staff. As we take a look at this, so Kana, he gets caught out right here, but it doesn't matter because the angle from DRX doesn't really matter. Faker gets a flank off for free. There's no phalanx by DRX, which is so important for the Gangplank and the Victor to be able to fight, and then it's run for the hills out of DRX as they can't really find any leg to stand on. Chovy busy fighting with the Raptors, and that actually delays him so much. Didn't end up getting the recall off in the end, and then was brought down and killed. So now we come here into live.
Damn, Chovy is so close to level 18 as T1. They've decided that fighting for a Mountain Drake, not necessarily all that much of a big deal, but DRX are getting in here. Tempered Fate comes down, single knockup from Canna isn't the best as Chovy's in this Drake pit, goes golden with his stopwatch, but he's still in danger and will be taken out as Cuz locks down the Mountain Soul, and T1 are staring down a game 1 win. Faker diving into the back line. And now Doran trying to run, but he's not going to be able to. 5 members of T1 just launching after him. He buys a small amount of time, but it's a double kill for Faker. A 10,000 gold lead and a game 1 win for T1.
And I think that that's just going to be it. There's no way for DRX to sort of resist this push. I mean, Carrier, he's going to try what he can, but none of the members are going to come up in time. Magical Journey to help just get some of the members across, and this is going to be game 1 going over to T1. Even though there was some shakiness, they almost actually threw the game away, but they managed to remain steadfast. They brought it back. Yeah.
But these are the Nexus turrets falling down. T1, game 1 in this best of 5, pretty comfortably in the end, go their way. But there were some moments that can certainly show us this could be a very exciting best of 5 series. And that game went the distance. Certainly some throws and counter throws available, but really, really clean stuff from T1 in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a game. And DRX, they tried to fight to bring it back, but the early game problems really did manifest early on. It allowed T1 to get 2 of the early dragons. DRX, though, did manage to outmuscle T1 at some points of the game, get themselves back some dragons, and almost actually bring it to the Baron. And if you played some of those situations out 100 times, there's many where Deft actually does kill Teddy, and the Baron would just go over to free for DRX, and that's really scary. Faker looking a bit uncharacteristic with how aggressive he was at some points in this game, but it didn't end up mattering. The scaling ended up coming online. He also built a Void Staff, Atlas, so
He did.
there's a lot of people that are very happy.
While he was sitting on Oblivion Orb and Blasting Wand, and he just decided that, no, it's time for a Void Stuff. Just really beautiful stuff, and that's what we expect out of the best in the world. But I think if this game has taught us anything, it's that DRX can stand up against T1. I think we're going to be looking forward to a different draft out of DRX, but we're not necessarily expecting them to win too many drafts. It hasn't been their way of playing so far, especially as games move into the later stages, because they're sinners through and through.
Yep.
We'll see whether they're going to be able to sin themselves to victory this time around, and hopefully Doran, without any of these whoopsies, because he would have needed to respect Flash a whole lot earlier if he wasn't going to die there.
And, you know, I actually gave the MVP vote over to Effort. It felt like he was such an integral part to so many of the setups that went good for T1 and got the balls rolling, even if he wasn't the one always getting the kills or having the most flashy things. I think he was overall by far the most consistent and crucial in this game 1 victory, especially because
I gave it to Effort because he made the least mistakes, right? I don't think you can give it to Faker because, like, here, he made the error of diving into the backline when he didn't necessarily need to. That
the
gave
bot lane
away
play,
the
the mid lane
second Mountain
play.
Drake. Yeah, there were a few whoopsies. Certainly did a lot of work when it came to some of the pivotal moments in the later stages, but like you were talking about, like effort landing that Q, even if it didn't save Cuz's life, it got them a bunch of flashes. And he was always there with the Tempered Fates as well to make sure that teamfights were starting off skewed and can at least mess with the phalanx that DRX do have available to them.
And this was just them not valuing what could end up happening here. It was a very close Baron, but didn't end up mattering. And also Teddy living was pretty big as well. Remember, that was all just because Dev, he clicked backwards, ran back about 300 range, and when he decided to move in and try to go for the Chaos Storm, he just barely missed on Teddy. So every click matters. As
Absolutely.
right here, this is where they ended up just getting flanked. And we've seen this happen to DRX even against T1 in many other matches. They don't hold the phalanx that would have been so ideal for their team composition, and they just end up getting collapsed on and lose everything.
Yeah, and Tempered Fate is certainly something that can really mess with that one. As once again, effort locking down this dragon. Chovy in position as well, able to go golden, but not able to actually get too much more done. And this was basically the steamroll from T1 once their composition got to exactly the point that it wanted to be in.
Well, this is good news if you are a T1 fan, as now they're going to go up 1-0 in this series, and DRX, with their tendency to pick sinful team compositions, doesn't make me feel too comfortable as we move into the remainder of the series. They had good intention with their draft. The Tom Kent, Jace, I'd like to close my eyes for it, but the Gangplank to match the Akali, the Victor for the Aphelios, that was good. The Trundle self-counterpicking himself, playing World of Warcraft, and then not managing to achieve anything, not the best, but it was really hard because, again, the problems, they're really manifesting themselves here against T1, where the laners can't do anything against T1, and so with Pioshik getting counter-jungled by Cuz, and just relying on power farming before the laners end up getting advantages on their own, it's not going to fly in today's series.
No, not going to be good enough, but we'll see what CV Max has in store for us as we move to game number 2. At least 2 more games are in the works, but I think that if DRX loses this next one, it goes to a 95% chance of a 3-0, because we just haven't seen them have that mental fortitude to come back. If they can do it in a game 2, though, there's a chance for a turnaround, so let's find out after the break.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 나의 여가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작 에이 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 머시 패치 우주 푸동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK 2020 Spring Playoffs. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, and T1, in the end, were the inevitable destroyers of DRX. Max and Chovy have never been able to take down this team in a best-of-5 series, and that is looking to continue, as I believe the chances for DRX are now even slimmer than they were in our previous assumption. And not necessarily just because, you know, they're down a game, right? It's their down mentality, and a few of the throws in that game on DRX's side could have been really tilting. So we'll just have to see how they play in game number 2 to tell us exactly how bad that in fact was.
Yeah. And we'll see how DRX are going to try to bounce back in game number 2. I'm really curious, by the way, who did end up getting player of the game?
I think we both have voted for Effort, but I think that Kana will probably pick it up.
Yeah, I think Kana is definitely a candidate to end up getting it. And that'll be interesting to end up seeing, as well as who is going to be on what color going into game number 2. I think that would obviously say a lot.
I think DRX will be on blue side. I don't think that there is any question mark there whatsoever.
Well, see if they can end up utilizing that. I think that T1 on red, in theory, should be scarier, just because of the dynamic of this matchup and the tendency for how DRX tends to draft and what that could mean in terms of how susceptible they could be to having another losing draft, as it is going to be Effort.
Oh, thank goodness. All right, there is a god. 1-0-17 for the Brad coming out of the support role. And Effort picking up this player of the game is almost compounded by the fact that he's up against Carrier. And yes, Carrier was on Tom Kench, not a lot of agency necessarily, but these Tempered Fates were just beautiful this game and was certainly able to control the battlefield exactly how you'd want to.
Yeah, he did so much setting the game up for his team to find success. Bard pick really working out, and you know how happy I am to see Tom and Braum getting punished as we near the end of spring 2020. As DRX, they just couldn't really find any way back into it after that Baron throw. And early on, also even struggling to really achieve anything as well. Not a whole lot going on in that regard, as it's going to be unanimous. 9 out of 9 for Effort.
I'm actually very impressed with everyone's voting prowess. I thought there might be a cheeky on there. I mean, often we do have Jonas Strong going a little bit rogue in these particular votes, but not happening this time, and Effort's going to pick up the unanimous decision. I think he did have a fantastic game, and the fact that Effort's performing well is really dangerous. It really does blunt what DRX wants to be able to play around, and that is Carrier being just so damn good. And it's not going to matter as much if you've got someone on the opposite side that's able to do the same thing. Effort's certainly coming into his own here towards the end of the split, and so far in this game number 1. But let's see if they can do it in game number 2, as DRX, predictably, moving over to the blue side.
Well, we'll see what kind of a first pick they're going to end up going for here. As what's going to be their first ban? It's going to be the Azir, as T1 immediately respond with the Varus.
And I wonder whether it will be Varus and the Aphelios both banned away first here by T1. It might be just Varus, Aphelios, Kalista taken off the board to make sure that Def does have to dig a bit deeper into that champion pool to try and work out what to play next. But of course, LeBlanc and the Azir to be taken away by DRX. Now the final ban is going to be a bit of a question mark, as last time it was the Varus because they were on red side. Not going to need to so much on the blue side. We'll see what they decide to go with.
DRX final ban has to come in. It's going to be the Akali actually getting banned away, and I think that's actually a really big red flag if you are a DRX fan. As Thresh is the final champion that gets banned by T1, and the reason that I say that about the Akali is mostly because we have seen her sometimes, and a lot of times that we have seen her, she hasn't been super problematic. There's been ways to control her. I mean, even in the last game, I don't think the Akali was something that necessarily caused them a lot of problems as a pick itself. I think that DRX obviously had other issues that were existing in that game. As now they're going to lock in the B1 Kalista T1 responding R1 Senna.
Oh, wow. And Teddy hasn't had the best games on the Senna so far. So we'll see whether this is going to be some sort of effort-centered decision or whether Teddy's going to demonstrate to us that he's put some extra time onto this champion. Set did slip through the ban phase as well, so this could be Senna Set bottom lane just locked in for T1 if they'd like to. Does alleviate some of Set's problems in the support role. As now, DRX is going to lock in Tarek and probably the Trundle, I would assume.
Tarek would make sense unless this is going to be top Kalista, in which case they could try to take mages down bot again that are very good against Senna, and that might be a Ziggs bottom, but also Chovy is
Chovy
able to
Ziggs
play
has been
the
really
Ziggs.
good.
Yeah.
I think it was Def that debuted it this season, actually, as certainly is going to be leaving things very open for DRX as far as their interpretation. And it might mean that Canna is forced to pick something else towards the top side, and this set will have to be that support set that we were thinking about. Won't necessarily change the difficulties, but could certainly give Canna a better matchup into the Kalista. As that is Gragas locked away for Cuz likely, and that is it. So a lot of flexibility in the damage range between Faker and Canna this game as well. So we could have Faker on one of these AD mid laners potentially. Yasuo, always something worth thinking about when there is a Gragas.
Well, Gragas getting locked in is really scary. I know many people do consider him to be the best jungler in the meta, in just an all-around sort of a way. As T1, they're going to ban away the Morgana. And DRX now responding Tom Kench.
Now, I think Tom Kench Tarek should be... Oh, wait, no. You don't have to ban the Tarek. Maybe it's Tom Kench Maokai to try and deny the other two supports that you'd want to put with a Senna.
The thing about fasting Senna is that there's so many options that can actually go with her, even though in the LCK we've seen very limited amounts of pairings with her. But she's just so oppressive and obnoxious. As T1 now, they ban away the Tarek. They're basically trying to deny the bread and butter of the Kalista Tarek combo that we have seen all so often. But remember, that could still be a Kalista top or even a Kalista mid. It doesn't necessarily have to go bot lane, as Nautilus now gets banned away by DRX, and Jace is going to be hovered and locked in.
All right, so it is going to confirm that either we've got a weird flex on the Jace, or that set is indeed heading towards the bottom side of the map. DRX, we'll see what they do with this information. There's 10 seconds to go. That could be Chovy's Aatrox for the mid lane. We still won't learn too much about where champions are going in this draft. And now, Carrier, they do still need a support regardless of where any of these champions are going. So I love the added flexibility that this comp has. If they just lock in Alistair here, we just have no idea. I mean, the Aatrox could be top or mid. The Kalista could be AD or top, and then the Ziggs could be mid or bot. So, like, I don't know. That's a Jarvan. So it's looking like we're going to have a Trundle support, I believe, for the first time in the LCK for 2020.
Well, this is going to be pretty interesting, as I don't know what to think. I mean, we mentioned that DRX, they like to sin, and this team composition was birthed and baptized in hell. That is what I have to say to you, Atlas. They are only going one direction, and the only thing that is saving it and allowing it to scale in the later stages is a, I don't even know, what would you call Ziggs? He really likes explosions. I know there's a word for it, and it's not coming to me.
Pyromaniac?
Is he a, no, pyro, that's for fire, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I mean, I guess explosions are kind of like fire as well.
Yeah. Well,
as, we're going to get some switcheroo, and Chovy at the moment has the Kalista. So don't know what that means, as it's likely that it's going to get swapped. Come on, 3 seconds to go.
Might be mid Kalista.
Wait, are we going to go last second swap for Kalista bot lane?
No, it's going to be
not.
the
It's
mid
Kalista mid. All
yeah.
right.
So Kalista. So a lot of people, they don't know about this. Now I do want to just break off and say that T1 yet again way more scaling on their team composition. The only thing that bails DRX out is that Ziggs. So we'll have to see what Def can do on it. Now, Kalista originally when I remember talking about her in December and November, it was because there was a one trick on the Korean ladder that played her in the mid lane last year and was Grandmaster Challenger player. So her original debut in Korean solo queue was not actually the Shy up in top lane, but a Grandmaster Challenger Kalista player that only played her predominantly in mid with Ignite or Barrier. And so we know that she's able to be pivoted mid. We see it less frequently, but it does exist in scrims across regions.
And we also know that Chovy has about 400 secret accounts, so it is so hard to find out what he's playing in solo queue. And it's likely that he's put a whole bunch of games on this Kalista pickup, so we'll just have to see what he's going to be able to do with it, as Trundle being able to be picked up with a Fate's Call is also very, very powerful as far as getting those picks are concerned. And you can see Pyoshik already marked as the Oath Sworn, as Chovy's going to make his way out. And with the Hail of Blades, you're able to get a lot of those sticks into your opponents in this mid lane, and we'll see what Chovy's going to be able to do to try and control this lane. Especially with the added width of mid lane, you are able to line up your pierces with your Rens a little bit more effectively.
Well, we'll see what Chovy can do with this Hail of Blades Kalista. Corki, I can imagine, actually has a bit of a difficult time in the early stages, and even recalling into the Tear of the Goddess would be a bit surprising. The other thing is that Faker's taking the exhaust, and while that is really good against Kalista, she keeps just stacking her Ren stacks on you until it fades away. And that's where the brunt of the damage comes in. So it's a bit of a game. Can you cast the exhaust when you anticipate the opponent to go for the Rend? And if you can, then you get a lot of value out of it. But without that teleport, I think this lane's going to be very hard. All Pyoshik needs to do this game is play really low economy, focused around mid and bot lane, and needs to convert that into early dragon captures, into early presence, and get the Kalista and the Ziggs really far ahead. If he fails to do that, T1 are going to be sitting pretty, 15 to 25 minute mark, just scaling up, and then inevitably probably just winning the game for free.
Well, got a bit of a trade there on the bottom side of the map. Deft actually taking the worst of all of it, as you can see. We'll see whether they're able to get control back in this lane, as that is Airy on the Jarvan. This is the Spirit Special, the AP Jarvan bottom lane. Just likes to put flags on people. That's what he does. He applies the Airy over and over again, and we'll just see whether it's going to work. Certainly a very, I guess, mono-red decision, as my good friend LS would say. Doesn't do a whole lot as the game moves forward.
I like that more and more are starting to actually use colors in the community, even if they don't necessarily play Magic. It's,
I certainly don't. I don't even play Hearthstone anymore.
Exactly. Red just associated or synonymous with pure aggression and basically trying to go forward. Blue, obviously, defensive, controlly in nature. And all about that sainthood, basically, as
well, this is obviously red versus blue. I know you can see at the top of your screen, that's exactly what it is based on their colors, but switch those around and you have the play style.
Exactly. That is what's happening here. And that really is the theme of these two teams basically going up against one another, as Keria, I don't know what he's looking to try to do.
Ooh, that's cute. He's just waiting for the cooldown on his flag, dude. That's all he does.
Just wants to plant flags.
He just has a flag. He's like wishing he was alive in the 60s so he could have been the one to go to the moon, you know? I just want to put that flag down. But he'll have it back available again. See that? Cop that flag. Every single time.
And you can see Faker looking for maybe a recall right now. This is one of the scary things about Kalista, is if she keeps the wave in the very middle of the lane, things can get a little bit ugly because she has so much reach with all her hops. And so it's very difficult to even approach the lane. And if she has a freeze, it's a nightmare. She'll just dog you down even through your flash, even through the Valkyrie on Corki. She can still reach that lethal threshold. As Faker recalled into a call, so a bit of a savant here in the mid lane, as Cuz is gonna just walk away and really juggling the patience bar on the wolf, but doesn't actually elect to kill it, as he is just going for counter
deny it. Yeah, exactly. Canna up here is going to have this wave crash back towards Doran. You can see currently 6 CS in the lead, but it should equalize. And it's at a pretty good time for Doran to be sitting underneath his turret with the Gragas up here towards topside in the enemy jungle. As you can see, it's so far a pretty decent advantage for Pyosik when it comes to clearing out those camps. He goes back, gets his skirmishing saber as well as his little ruby crystal. And we'll see when Chovy hits level 6, whether that's going to be the go time for the DRX jungler. Doran's trying to do the best that he can up here towards topside, but you can see Canna is being very frustrating, and Pyosik just walking over wards here in his own jungle gets the bad news as Cuz goes back, and we'll be able to even out that camp count based on all of the extra camps that he removed from Pyosik.
And right now, T1 are, I mean, they're sitting somewhat okay. The Kalista does have an advantage, obviously, against the Corki inside of this lane, but that call will help mitigate some of the pressure. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, Teddy and Effort not doing the worst, and, you know, the set is definitely a champion that can benefit from the fasting playstyle. As Kana might die here, but should be able to pop away.
Flash actually comes in from Doran. 200 health, flash forward from Pyosik, but it's a good slow after the knockback, and that is going to mean that Canna even holds onto his flash and gets both of them out of DRX.
And that, I mean, it's a huge outplay by Kana. They get both the flashes out of DRX, and that Aatrox is going to be really susceptible now to...
Oh my goodness, he might actually be able to turn this as well as he gets the boot back. Nicely done. And now, it was a shock blast away from death for Doran. Not quite there anymore as Pyosik once again back towards the top side, still with flash in hand, and he's going to back on a ward. Absolutely not what you want, as this might still be a turnaround opportunity. There it is! We saw it coming and it happened. It's going to be a 1-for-1 most likely as the red buff ticks down, but still 100% worth for Canna.
And Kana is just bopping Doran up here in top lane in both of these matchups so far. Really just putting on quite a performance. Doran didn't get an assist on that Jace kill. He did get some of the XP, but no gold going into his pocket, and that's going to be Serrated Dirt double longsword for the Jace returning to this lane. Ninja Tabai is going to be picked up by Doran for more trade potency, but this is not what you want to have happening. Is take a look. Both flashes being used. Pyosik actually flashes forward, but he doesn't have anything to apply.
Yeah,
and then right here, recalling on top of a ward, shock blast into a flash and knocking him backwards. So clown bopping Doran right there.
I mean, that was just so silly from Doran. He doesn't need to do that. He didn't need to try and... I don't think the back was going to go through in time anyway. So, yeah, just a little bit unfortunate there as Def down pretty low on mana, but there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Great knock-up as Teddy's going to have to flash out of the way. Pyosik very late to this fight, however. We're going to have Teddy making his way out, but flash and heal now on cooldown for the Senna.
And Senna is just going to have to be a little bit more respectful inside of this lane. Doran's going to go back to trying to farm here.
Yeah, misses a cannon creep. Unfortunate.
The real victory is happening in mid. Chovy is putting on a clinic in mid lane. Look at how oppressive the Kalista is. She's almost full HP. She's at about 50% mana. She hasn't recalled. Faker has recalled twice now. He's going to be forced to do this. Is Pyosik going to cancel his back? And this is the problem with not having teleport in this matchup is you take the exhaust for extra safety and also to scale better into the later stages of the game. But without that teleport, it's really hard for Corki to find any sort of stability. And now Chovy is going to be the one that has the leg up. Faker moving into Chovy. Greedy recall by him. Faker would have been able to cancel that with just an R, and so now they're going to go even on a reset unless Chovy cancels his recall, but I don't think that he wants to because I believe this is Cannon Wave, so he would not be able to shove that lane in time. Vampiric Scepter, Hex Drinker, picked up by him. That's a lot of value against the Corki and the Gragas, and T1 pick a scaling team comp and rotate for Rift Herald, so let's see how it pans out here.
Well, they do it on a recall, and that's certainly good. You can see it is going to be a trade for this Cloud Drake DRX. If they can move towards a Soul earlier, then it certainly could be good news here. As our Faker clears out this minion wave comfortably, but it's exactly as Chovy's making his way back. As Facebreaker not going to be able to find the mark, as Def finds a whole bunch of damage onto Effort. And these turret plates are going to just start falling as the Cloud Soul does fall down. Faker pushed into the Fog of War as Teddy moves up topside. And Shelly is placed down to try and at least get first turret blood, as now Faker taking pierce damage, rend damage, everything from Chovy.
And so the thing here is that Set doesn't end up getting dove during all of this, so they do still lose some minion waves with effort there to pick up all the CS and the XP. And remember, this is a fasting support, so it's not like he has the support debuff or anything like that going on. They end up collapsing and accelerating the Jace up in top lane as it went completely unnoticed by DRX, so nothing gonna really end up happening that's too catastrophic. However, killing that turret this early on is gonna give Aatrox a lot more farm for freedom. So at the very end of this, Jace is up 6 CS. Let's see where he's at 5 minutes from now.
Oh my god. The amount of damage that is just being poured onto effort here. The grit is being eaten so effectively. I mean, I feel like he could have died about twice in this lane so far, but now even Teddy's going to turn up, and the Piercing Darkness is going to keep the Set alive. Certainly showing the value as far as sitting underneath the turret and taking abuse just to try and keep it alive.
And, well, Faker still continuing to get...
Oh my god, he just solo killed him! Underneath the turret with a Pierce, Chovy. Amazing play now, Cuz out of position. Pillar is fantastic this time around, and Cuz has to flash to get out of the Cataclysm. But Chovy's gonna flash forward, misses the Pierce. That is going to be an unforced error, but Chovy's still going to pick up this Trundle, throws it back towards Teddy, just to make sure that they're not going to die to it, but Teddy is in trouble. Good stun onto Chovy, and he does fall down in the end, punished for over-aggression.
And this is just DRX doing DRX things sometimes. Chovy had the solo kill, could have picked up the turret plates, had the XP advantage, had a massive CS advantage as well, and they could have just taken turret plates and tried to farm out the jungle, especially because they knew where Cuz was, but chose to be needlessly aggressive for virtually no reason. And now T1, they get a kill onto Chovy, they relieve all of the pressure. Let's take a look at how this all transpired. So all of these stacks just going straight into the Corki. And you can tell Faker didn't even realize what was about to come his way.
Yeah, and because he rendered the minions as he was shooting the Pierce through. It was very clean from Chovy, but this was a
They could have just rotated everyone to mid. They had the Trundle, they had the Jarvan. They just move everyone mid, they get several turret plates, and then you have the Trundle go over to the Raptor camp. But no, instead, they gotta flip a coin. And at this time, it's not gonna pan out the way that they wanted. Effort goes over the wall, face breaker onto Chovy, and that's a really big tempo swing in T1's favor that, again, it relieves a lot of pressure.
And our Faker has gone for the Manamune build as well, so he's going to slowly ramp. Of course, he will hit some pretty high power spikes, but they're not happening yet. He still needs Mura Mana completion. His carrier just put a flag on him. Just do it there. Oh, he missed it. Terrible. He had one job, and that is place flags. Didn't manage to get that one done. As Ocean Drake going to be available in a minute and a half. No Cloud Soul this time around, as it will be Mountain or Infernal. Both of these teams would love Infernal Drakes.
Yep.
Mountain Drake not so valuable, but at least there will be some tanky stats on Pyoshik and Doran, not to mention effort as well, as Cuz going to be going full damage. As Def very close to just being able to satchel charge this turret to death, and is going to do it right there. So, turrets are going to be equalized. The Jace still just farming things out on the top side of the map as carrier over to the side here, just buying space for Deft, who is currently 40 CS in the lead over that of T1.
So this
Chovy
is
should
one
be
of
able to get another plate.
Yeah, Chovy will get that. I mean, it's 45 seconds until the Ocean Dragon. Now, Aatrox is going to immediately shove out this wave because we're allergic to freezing here in the LCK. We can't all be Wonder from G2 versus Mad Lions, as he's going to play ping pong with the Jace. But you can see Jace rotating into mid. He would be forced to share with Goldon.
Yeah, there's the Fate's Call. Faker not going to get knocked up, but he has absolutely no mana. Doran's going to get in. Great knock up, but the Dawning Shadow will come in and keep Canna alive. The double flashes come in, but Cuz is there with the body slam. Fantastic defensive play here from T1 as Doran taking so much damage. Mega Inferno Bomb, he's going to land, but only onto Faker. And DRX do walk away with their lives, but they're unable to get the pickoffs onto T1. Oh, Def. Just being frustrating at the moment. Not going to be able to stop too many of these backs, though, as he takes down the minions.
Well, as at this point, T1 are going to group for the Ocean Dragon. And this was just DRX being a little bit over-aggressive again. There was a way for Chovy to live there without any added assistance. And now T1, they're going to stabilize. Turret plates have all fallen at this point. Another Rift Herald coming up. It's not going to be the end of the world. They are ahead 1,000. Mountain Drake coming up is really good news if you're a T1 fan, because Kalista never builds any sort of penetration. Ziggs doesn't typically build penetration. I would imagine, I mean, he could end up going Void Staff, or he could go Oblivion Orb as his next item, but usually Ziggs will not end up picking that up until third or fourth item, so it's definitely a nice swing in power that really helps stifle DRX's team comp. And right here you can see Chovy was fine. They didn't need the teleport from Doran whatsoever. Great cast out of the Gragas. And just another nice body slam as well by Cuz.
Cuz's defensive play here was absolutely spectacular. Really beautiful. But no harm, no foul. The gold's still very close. And it's not the same scaling disaster as it was in game number 1. It is still, you know, sinful composition out of DRX. But like you were talking about, it's all about deft. Can he get super far ahead? Guess what? He's super far ahead. So things are just fine at this point. As Chovy also still has a very large advantage. But as it goes on, I find it so crazy that Tier 1 always puts themselves into positions like this where they have the wait-and-see composition almost every time.
Yes.
Where it's on their opponents to make the decisions.
Yeah. And I was very vocal all throughout Spring 2020 that T1, when they're the ones with the more scaling team composition, and scaling's always relative. It doesn't just inherently mean that you have traditional scaling champions, but rather, how does your champion scale compared to your opponents? And when T1 have the luxury or the insurance policy on their side, things get a lot scarier when the onus or the responsibility isn't on them to get ahead, because they do tend to outmuscle opponents in the mid to late transition, and they're really known for their resilience inside of games. So when you have drafts like these, it's so much better because it's so unrealistic to assume that you can keep flipping the coin in your favor with high variance plays. And I just don't know what DRX is supposed to do this game. This is kind of reminiscent of Fnatic versus G2, where the DRX team composition, unless it gets unholy ahead, doesn't really have a leg to stand on.
Well, I mean, that resistance question that you had, sorry, the penetration question is going to be answered. Deft already with his Oblivion Orb completed. Doran doing his best to try and at least hold on to this turret bottom side. But you can see Canna is very, very powerful right now. An effort happily picking up minions here towards the top side on his support set. Not necessarily a support, as he just clears out those minions very easily. He's got a lot of tanky items. He's going to go back and complete possibly one of them right here. We'll see what he comes back with. There's now 2,000 gold is the lead for T1. Mountain Drake available in 2 minutes time. And Chovy still with an advantage mid lane. We still have Deft with an advantage coming out of the bottom side, but he needs to do so much work. And interestingly, hearing from CVMax about his MVP for the team, he did give it to Deft. He said that he's been consistent. He said that he's been a really good voice for the team, keeping everyone's morale up. So he's going to be very important in this particular series.
We'll see what Deft can do, because all the eggs are going to be in the Ziggs basket this game, as he's the only champion that really can do anything against T1s. It's going to be so hard for them to engage. I mean, Kana...
There's the Cataclysm. Carrier going down very, very low. Knockup finally comes in as Dawning Shadow there to try and keep Canna alive, but Effort's going to teleport forward. There's the showstopper onto Pioshik as he's looking to try and get out of there. Faker's going to throw down the exhaust onto Carrier. Carrier going to survive for the moment. Pioshik also surviving for a very long time, but finally does go down. Cuz looks for one, but misses onto Deft. It's a good flash. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, and Doran is going to survive for the moment. Meanwhile, Kalista's on the top side of the map just farming. So it is, in the end, just one death, and that's going to be okay for DRX.
And so T1 end up turning this around, and Pioshik does end up dying. 30 seconds until the Mountain Dragon. Like you were saying, the Kalista getting a lot of solo XP, solo gold, trying to also get the turret. T1 definitely getting the better edge of that trade. Dragon X very fortunate that Cuz didn't actually elect to just go for Doran, because that was 100% of a free kill. So both of these teams are actually greeding a little bit. in this series, as Mountain's up in 5 seconds, this is absolutely going to go over to T1. As DRX, they ping for the Rip Herald. That's not that big of a victory. Even if you get the mid-tier 1 turret, you're looking at 250 gold with being spread out across several members, as well as the turret gold itself. And it's not the biggest victory. Definitely T1 is making out in this trade for the better.
Oh, absolutely. And Cuz not even going to have to need any help here on this one either, so T1 don't give up too much map control by taking this Drake either. They do have all of the vision control down here towards the bottom side, so there was no real way
탑에 안 보여? 애들
DRX
미드야,
could
얘네.
get in. We have a look at this replay once again.
내가 장난 홀까지 잘 써봐. 홀까지 잘 써봐.
길게 좋아 길게
짧은 너플.
길게 해봐 다 잡았어 이거 다 잡았어 천천히
Go
짧은
slow,
너플이야.
slow.
사운드 풀 있어.
닉스
Get
해볼게 나
flash, try to land flash.
직스 봐.
Ziggs, or look at Ziggs.
솔 나왔다 이거.
어.
풀 있고.
saying Atrox
나
has
2,
flash,
3초, 2,
has
3초,
flash.
2초. 끝인 것 같아. 빼자, 빼자.
So that was the thing I was talking about. Cuz elected to go for the Ziggs when Atrox, at the very worst case scenario, Atrox flash would have been able to come out, but Atrox could have died there. However, it doesn't matter. T1 still make out positive in that, as they now have Mountain Dragons. That's a little bit of extra resistances that is going to be very nice for them in the next couple of team fights. They are about 11 minutes away from Mountain Soul, and if they get that, the game just ends.
Yeah. But we're not there yet. Still, few Drakes to go, like you were saying. 10 minutes time at the minimum. Well, I guess closer to 8. That's fine. Carrier over here clearing out vision where he can get in there safely. And this is the point where the old Jarvan support is going to stop really doing much at all. It's going to be very hard for him to buy space with his very limited health pool. As Muramana, pretty close to the transformation. Only 150 or so to go here for Faker before he gets a fair bit of added damage. But already has a lot of sustain, as Deft in the mid lane is going to be able to perpetually push these minion waves. You can see Rift Herald still being sat on by Pyoshik. We'll see where he's actually going to put that one down. Ideally, it will be in the mid lane, as Canna has jumped on top of Dora, and the flash not going to be enough there as he's looking for the final knockup. Will get it as Worldender is in. Flash over from Canna, and is still able to secure the kill despite missing that shock blast. This is a disaster for DRX if the 1v1 on the bottom side of the map is just going to keep going this way.
Yeah, I mean, Kana is just destroying Doran in this series.
Oh my god, speaking of being destroyed, Teddy getting taken down extremely low. Another charge comes through from Shelly, as Doran does have teleport, but he's still dead for another 17 seconds. And thankfully for DRX, they were able to get so much chip damage onto the members of T1 to stop them from going for any sort of re-engage. Deft will clear out the minion wave. He's looking to go back. He has his forbidden book completed here in form of the Morellonomicon. We'll see what he picks up next when he goes back home, as he can sell himself off one of these Doran's rings. But hasn't actually decided to do so just yet as he clears out more minion waves. Let's have a look at this replay once again of Doran just being taken down.
Kana is up in levels, but I mean, he just gets the leg up, jump onto the Atrox, and it doesn't matter about any of Atrox's healing inside of this, as that was like one of those anime samurai battle things where they jump in the air and you don't know who got hit, but
yeah,
Kana jumping right past the Atrox on his next Q and just bringing him down. And again, he's really putting on a clinic in both of these games. Doran is looking very outclassed in this series so far, and everything is super stable for T1 in this game, as Maul Malmortius was picked up by Chovy. That's a lot of damage onto Pyoshik.
Yeah, Pyoshik not exactly the tankiest boy just yet. Has gone for the Knight's Vow instead of anything a little bit more defensive. So yeah, he's still going to take a fair bit of damage, but should be able to use his King's Tribute as he farms things out, get himself back up to health. But not a lot of camps at the moment to be taking. Chovy's going to be able to take down this control ward in the back of the Baron Pit as we tick towards 24 minutes into the game. I don't know whether either team is going to be too confident taking down something like a Baron. We'll see where they do decide to go. Faker has found himself the CS advantage at this point in time, as it has been predominantly Deft farming against him. And as they've been playing ping pong, it's been all to the benefit of the Ziggs. As you can imagine, DRX are actually pretty happy with, as he's building towards his death cap. If that third item comes in at a decent timing, it will be dangerous for T1 if they continue to try and collapse into these fights, because they don't have massive amounts of range with this composition.
No, and I think that the really key thing here is this next Mountain Drake is going to be super important, because there's more and more resistances starting to come in on
my God.
T1 members.
That's a fair bit of burst. As Canna is, you can't stop it. There's absolutely nothing that they can do here. As Faker isn't actually aware of Doran backing in that brush, as Carrier was going back home as well. This inhibitor turret should just be taken down, as Chovy's looking to take away a control ward. Package delivered to Chovy as the exhaust comes in as well. He's trying to hop out of here, and he has nowhere to go whatsoever. Great cask once again from Cuz. And in the meantime, Canna is just winning the game by himself.
Yeah. Kana opens up the top inhibitor turret, and that's really big because that can create a win con now if they end up getting the Baron and having a wave in close proximity. They'll just be able to run that through, but Super Mega Death Bomb, name I can't pronounce, did not being able to get the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, we don't have a Jinx in this game, so it's just the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Okay.
Not the Super Mega Death Mega Inferno Super Bomb, which I think those two together are going to equal. It's not really fair having like Mega Inferno Bomb and Super Mega Death Rocket in like the same game. Especially as a commentator. It's not
Zig
very
should
nice.
be able to upgrade his ult like Gangplank.
Yeah, it just adds extra adjectives to it. It doesn't actually change the damage whatsoever. You're just allowed to add an adjective.
That would be good. That would
it's like the last
be
one
good.
is like Mega and Uber Inferno Monster Bomb or something like that. Level 3.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
It's just cosmetic. It just turns it golden. It's like Prestige Edition. But you do it in-game.
Yeah.
For
That does
450
sound
RP. In-game.
pretty good.
Yeah. I like it. That's value. It's value right there.
It is value. Faker goes for the Valkyrie here onto Chovy, uses the exhausting cuz barrel over the arm, collapsing onto Chovy and just killing him, as Kana was really busy raising everything up in top lane. And this game, I think, is just... hold on!
Okay, Def does a lot of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb onto Faker, but doesn't land the sweet spot. In the meantime, like we were talking about, it's never good if there's a 4v4 happening on this map, because it means that Canna's probably destroying your base.
Yep. And it looks like DRX, they want to start up the Baron. Cuz is here, though, with ultimate. It's also red side Gragas, so the cask, as well as just the safety of being able to approach this Goshek, he can't tank it. Oh, no.
Okay, so Canna's just going to wait for it.
Huh?
Faker's in the pit for some reason. Not sure exactly how that happened, because we were panned towards the bottom side. Baron down to half health. Remember, they do have Rend available. T1 are teleporting for this one as Effort dives into the backline. Great face breaker as Doran's going to... Sorry, Deft is going to get taken down first. A double kill for Canna, who's just a monster in this team fight. And Teddy had respawned. He's got a Dawning Shadow. And once again, DRX hand over a Baron on a silver platter.
Oh! And these bullets are actually missing Chovy, but it doesn't matter. And there's the minion wave with close proximity to the Baron buffed up minions. 25 seconds on the Ziggs. He will have his ultimate available, but you can see Effort recalling. He has TP. They could lock up the turret plates, and this might just be the end. Yet again, Atlas, as DRX, Baron's playing for T1.
It certainly is. Seems like DRX can never go for a Baron without it just belonging to T1. As they do have a couple respawning. Carrier and Goshik down here, not with a lot of damage available, but it's Effort down here, not necessarily one of the large damage dealers. If that was Canna, he probably would have killed both of them, but instead he's going to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. And we are very close to a 10,000 gold lead. This game, LS, is over.
Yeah, this game is absolutely over. I mean, we can take a look at how this all transpired, though. Really nice combo by Carrier and Def to take down Teddy. But then remember, Teddy, during this replay, 10 seconds until he would end up spawning, Jace elects to teleport in. And then it was a bit of an assemblant, or yeah, they assemble here for the Baron fight. Cass goes in, superplex onto Doran, Baron 6th member for T1, as then Teddy casts the Senna ultimate. And that was pretty much sayonara for Dragon X's hopes inside of this game, as Chovy just has to look on at all of the corpses of his teammates in the Baron pit, Baron going over to T1, and there's no way for DRX to come back in this game. There's no conceivable way, barring the T1 members forgetting how to play League of Legends.
Yeah, there might be some disconnects, but then we're probably going to have to pause, guys. So that's not even going to be a win condition here for DRX. As this inner turret falls down, remember there was no inhibitor turret anyway on the bottom side, as Canna is taking a fair bit of damage. It's a good pillar there from Pyoshik. But Chovy can't chase after him. Faker doing a lot of damage to this turret as well as he moves this next minion wave forward. As Canna should be able to take down this inhibitor. Doran down to half health. There's the Fate's Call. Doesn't get a knock up though. As Cuz getting burned down, but there's the turnaround. Pyoshik should be dying here. Dawning Shadow comes in to keep all of T1 alive. 3 dead. In the blink of an eye, Depth going to fall down as well. Double kill for Faker as he's going to get rid of this inhibitor as well. And Carrier barely has a health bar. I don't know what you're doing out of your fountain right now, as this is going to be the last push for T1 in Game 2. And they're already at match point. They are speedrunning these playoffs so far.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Nexus turret's falling, and Atlas, this is really just looking like a 3-0 because I refuse to believe DRX is going to get any sort of a draft edge that would give them hope in one of these games. All they like to do is sin to win, and that's not going to work here today.
Nope. Nothing's really working here for DRX. They're going for some very interesting compositions. I liked the mind games they were trying to play here on the blue side, but I don't know, man. Sometimes you just got to play straight up League of Legends and hope that it works, because in that game, it felt like DRX had to do something, but every time T1 knew what they were going to do beforehand, and they were just better players in those instances. And it really does feel like this T1 squad can play around any of their members. I don't know what it is. Like, that game was all about Canna being able to carry. Teddy was just a support. Faker fell down very low early, but then late game was able to do so much work. It felt like they were handing I guess the bar around to each of their players and saying, okay, your turn to carry, your turn to carry, your turn to carry. And DRX had no idea who it was that was going to smash them in each team fight.
And well, I think one of the most impressive things about tonight's matches is Kana doing so well. I gave him the MVP vote for this game on the Jace. He drew so much pressure as well as relieved so much at so many different parts of the game, and just having a really nice Jace performance. And it really looks like top gap in this series here tonight, which is really big for T1 because it means that they're getting a lot of pressure from a role that I don't think anyone anticipated it to come into. And the other problem is that Chovy can't seem to get anything going, even though he's gotten advantages. DRX is just all too keen on trying to gamble them away. Cuz is also jungle gap here in this series.
And when he gets Gragas, it's always a very, very scary prospect. Remember also this game had like 4 Faker bans in the first round as well, and Faker still picks the Corki and was just as relevant in this game as he would have been with any of his other picks. In my personal opinion, maybe not the LeBlanc, because that is, of course, his bread and butter. But this is where it all started to go wrong. When that 1 versus 2 was equalized by Canna, this play was amazing from Chovy. We know that Chovy is just really damn good, but it just didn't matter. He still went overly aggressive afterwards and threw that lead away.
From Chovy to Choki in the blink of an eye, as right here, Teddy and Effer collapsing down. Carrier knows that, hey, I can't do anything here. And not a whole lot of things happening or going the way of T1, as Kana just has so much damage here. Pillar comes out, but it doesn't matter. They don't have the damage to end up killing him. And this was just a really nice collapse. Faker barely misses out on the ability to get Carrier. They eventually turn their attention. They're right here, barely managing to escape. Kana with some fancy feet right here. Doran tries to flash, misses the first Q, misses the second one, tries to go for the third one, but Kana flashes right by it, so something out of a movie.
Yeah. And this was sick, actually, from Faker as well. Immediately gets the exhaust. Cuz always there with the fantastic casks. I think some of his defensive play this game was absolutely fantastic. More of that utility-style Gragas, but it's just showing you the versatility of this particular champion pick. And this is once again DRX just with a happy birthday T1 on the Baron.
Well, Yeah, this was, I don't know what to say about this Baron by DRX.
Can you please break down this throw for me?
Yeah,
was their arm in the right position?
Oh, it was pretty good. I mean,
Yeah,
DRX,
look at that.
they're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
the Legends
yeah,
player. They
yeah,
also
yeah.
seem to be very
Okay.
adept at baseball and
아,
football.
보내자, 저거.
So,
나를 공각 군다 이거 땀 봤다. 바퀴 온다.
나풀 있어, 풀 있어. 아트노플이야.
본다 이거 본다.
나 뒤돌게. 나이스. 바텀으로 하면 끝나겠다.
예.
보스로 가자. 잘하면 노프림.
한번 맞아.
노프리야.
오케이 보자 잡자.
끝나.
미안.
힐 줬어.
아,
잘 맞는다.
미안, 끝내. 제발 끝내.
나이스.
파워 쳐주세요.
시간 많아.
웨이브.
강경하지 마세요.
네.
아, 집중이 안 되지 이렇게.
All too easy. Not exactly the heightened voices that we've heard in some of our post-match listen-ins on these players. But a 30-minute victory, very elementary here for T1 as they move to match point in this best-of-5 series. Last time we saw this here in these playoffs, it was DRX then dropping the next two before coming back in game number 5. But I don't have the feeling that T1 are going to be able to falter at the next game. They are a team that is very, very good at staying true to their play style and just winning.
well, it does look like this is brewing up to be a 3-0 in T1's favor. And I think it's hard to imagine otherwise. If there is some wonky picks that are going to come out, now would be the time to do it for Dragon X, because it's do or die for them here in playoff spring. And I just don't know where they're going to be able to find advantages, and I am very doubtful that they're going to try to go for a scaling team composition. It's just not what this team does.
Well, we'd like to see it from them, and we will have about 5 minutes to wait until we get into that draft for game number 3. I'm certainly hoping that this series is going to go at least one more game, so let's put our hands together for DRX as we await a pretty inevitable T1 victory, to be honest. We'll see you after the break.
반갑습니다.
잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여긴 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들. 자 이제 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 라이어가 멋이 도동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작. 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 하다 현타 푸동동작. TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 푸동동작. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, and it is likely the final game in this series. T1 looking pretty unbeatable so far, and they're getting better and better at it as this series goes on.
Yeah, it's looking pretty doomed if you are a Dragon X fan, as T1 just seem to have their number in tonight's series. Also getting a lot of aid from the top lane matchup, which is probably where no one anticipated any edges to come in, and I think it's actually playing a pretty big part in this series, just due to how well Kana is playing, and that's not something that probably most could have accounted for coming into the match tonight. So DRX now down 2 games, and also they've tried to put Deft on mages now twice in bot line, not finding any success with it, and because all that their laners do is push, Pyosik getting counter jungled by Cuz, not finding any success, stylistically nothing is really working out.
And it also doesn't make sense that Cuz is the one able to counter jungle when DRX are the team that are so up in their lanes, right? That should mean that Pyosik is able to counter jungle, but there has been a bit of jungle gap so far this series, and I think that has certainly equated to a lot of advantages that T1 have stolen away from DRX in the early games of both of these. So far this series, we'll just have to see whether maybe there is an extra gear for both Doran and for Pyosik in this game, because I think that Deft has been playing just fine. You know, he's been winning out in lanes most of the time, and I was expecting it to be a very difficult one for him bottom side, but we are going to give over player of the game, and understandably it goes to Kana. It was a very obvious one for Epic in game number 1. This time it was pretty obvious for Kana here in game number 2, as his only death was it in 1 versus 2 that he was able to win out on, and this was him not having to flash in another gank that he immediately then followed up with this kill.
Well, we should see what is going to end up happening in game number 3. I thought Kana had such an impressive performance, and doing this against Doran was pretty big, as that was the outplay kill down in bottom. So Kana gets the MVP for himself, and let's take a look at what it was. So it was 7 out of 9, with 2 of the votes going over to Cuz, and I can respect that.
Yeah,
I think
that's
Cuz
absolutely
definitely
fine.
was a candidate.
Yeah. I think Cuz played very, very well. I think his Gragas is almost always worthy of a player of the game, to be honest. He's just that good at it. So we'll see whether he might be able to get it again in game number 3 and really style to earn his player of the game. And if he does do that, then we've got a series, where the 2 key carries for T1 weren't actually the player of the game for any of the games. And I think that says so much, because Teddy and Faker have been playing just fine. They've been doing their jobs this series, but they haven't had to be the key carries.
Yeah. And let's see what game number 3 has in store for us. I am very doubtful that we're going to see any sort of a mix-up in terms of bans and picks, as DRX, what is going to be their final recipe here? It's going to be the Azir ban.
Yep, DRX probably going to ban away the LeBlanc next, if we're having a look at the script, as this is looking very similar to game number 1 thus far. As it is actually Varus earlier on in this draft, and maybe some question marks now, giving away a potential LeBlanc. With the Zoe being banned first, it is actually looking like a better and better moment for the LeBlanc, and then Faker comes in with a surprise Kassadin pick and pops off. That could be a fun game.
And T1 with the set ban last, DRX, what's going to be their final ban, and it's really difficult. It's not like anything is really standing out, as it's going to be the Aphelios.
Yep, Senna still available, but LeBlanc also still available, and DRX probably going to aim for picking that one up. Ziggs once again into the Senna could be an option. It will mean that we are going to have some funny business as far as where DRX are going to put a potential consistent AD damage dealer. But this could, of course, just be Chovy's pickup. See what Pyosik is going to lock away here, as there are still some priority picks on the board. But I do want to see Keria with a bit more agency this game. I felt like the support Jarvan really wasn't able to do too much, and there is the Jace picked away from Canna. Doran going to be running it back once again, very similar to game number 1. And so far, I mean, with these two champions, they do have an identity, right? There is a poke composition awaiting DRX if they would like it.
Yep. The only worrying thing, though, is that the Jace is... I don't want to say that it's off theme with the Ziggs. It obviously does have the poke aspect, but in terms of raw scaling, things can definitely be drafted by T1 that makes it really hard for the Jace to achieve anything, and it can just come down to the Ziggs once again, and Gragas being picked up.
Love it.
As, yeah, he is definitely the lord of the jungle in all of his righteous plump.
Yes, his all of his glory. Of course, Cuz just very, very good at the champion as well. As the Lucian pickup, I think is great. I think that might have been where Chovy was thinking about going, to be perfectly honest. And that is likely to be Canna's counterpick option into this Jace on the top side of the map. We know that Chovy can play the Jace, so there are opportunities to pick something as far as a counter matchup. But Goshik back to the champion that he was spamming in the Damwon series. And they did have a lot of priority on the Sejuani that has gone missing now in this game. And so with jungle already locked away for T1, I actually really don't mind the Sejuani being locked in here for Kyoshik.
Sejuani will have to see what she can end up achieving and what the rest of this draft's going to be rounded out with. That could be the Lucian in mid lane. Could be Kana just saying, hey, I'm going to take Lucian against Jace up in top. And we've seen that matchup before here in LCK as Akali is now going to bite the dust.
Akali and LeBlanc will probably be the DRX bans. What that means for T1 is going to be an interesting question, because they can, of course, run whatever they would like in their solo lanes with the Gragas there to substitute for any lack of magic damage. Aurelia taken away from Doran potentially, and of course from Chovy, who did have a decent game on that champion as well, despite it being, I believe, a loss for DRX. Doran was the one that picked up a win on the pickup.
Well, final ban here.
LeBlanc button. There it is.
There's the LeBlanc. It is banned away. Aurelia banned away by T1, as Aurelia is one of the champions that can go up against Lucian inside of a solo lane, clip him once, and then just never let go of an advantage.
Expecting to see a support banned away here, likely to be the Thresh from Keria. I'd personally like to see a Thresh being picked up. Does help the Ziggs greed a little bit more, but it is going to be Pantheon taken away from DRX right now. We'll see where counterpick is going to belong, as, Ziggs Pike could certainly be fun. Well, Keria's going to lock it away. This is what you need to do. Pull out all the stops.
Pike coming out for Keria. He's probably the best Pike in the LCK.
Oh, pardon me.
As no,
very
T1?
standard bottom lane, with the Maokai being considered.
Okay, Maokai now locked in, and again, these are all still flex picks. Maokai can go top lane. He could go bot as Galio. That is one of Faker's old general picks.
Oh, yeah.
As he can really control the game on it, but instead, now moving over to Vladimir and now the Rumble being hovered.
A few different choices is, Rumble's going to be locked away. And now we're going to continue down that flex path. Rumble can be going top or mid lane, and Lucian in a very similar position. Now Chovy thinking about what he wants to pick up here. It looks like Zillion being hovered for the moment. Could theoretically be flex top if they've been taking any points out of our friend Ixu's book. Now going to switch back to an Aatrox that, well, not super psyched about, but that is fine. If it goes over to Chovy, then maybe it's going to be a fun matchup. We'll see whether Aatrox is going to try and follow around this Rumble.
Yeah, and we have Kana maybe piloting the Rumble up in top lane. No, it's now they're going to swap around a little bit, and we still have to decide where everything's going to be going. Chovy on the Aatrox. DRX again with a very sinful team composition where all the pressure is going to fall onto the Ziggs and then the Pike to some extent in the later stages. It's going to be very easy to itemize to invalidate the Aatrox and the Jace in the later stages. Maokai being the support champion that's going to get amplified by the fasting Senna is really scary for this DRX's team composition. And really, if these lanes for DRX in mid and top fall behind, Sejuani is not the type of jungler that you want to control it. And it's so surprising. Kyoshik constantly on Trundle and Sejuani, and when the laners fall behind, or even if they're slightly ahead, it's so off-theme with some of the other champions that are in the game. So we'll see what they can do, Atlas. I think that T1 yet again find themselves with the advantage.
Yeah, and it's once again DRX that has all of the onus on them to win in the early game and to make the plays to put them ahead. And it's just very unlike T1 to give a team any sort of opportunity to get those sort of leads. So I don't know what DRX is going to be able to manufacture this game, but I really hope that CV Max gave them that pep talk to keep the spirits high as we look at game number 3, because DRX, it is do or die right now, and they need to do it 3 games in a row if they want to face off against Gen G on the weekend.
Well, here is going to be the start of what could be the final game between DRX and T1. This could be the killing blow to knock them out of playoffs, and that would mean that T1 would go on to face Gen G in the finals on Saturday.
That epic matchup, the best of 5 rematch of the 2017 World Championship, has never really felt like the same matchup, you know? 2018, SKT were not the team that they were formerly. Felt like Gen G really had knocked them down a literal peg in the LCK. And then Gen G having a similar collapse moving into 2019, where they weren't able to stand up against the T1 that was demolishing everyone here domestically at least. But now, with all of the changes, Gen G certainly looking very, very strong, as many would have predicted after picking up so many fantastic players. Going over these runes, still there is an opportunity. There is still a world where DRX are able to win this game and gain some momentum moving into the last couple. And if we remember back to Worlds, it was always 4-game series. We always had the 4-game series. It wasn't so much the 5, there was a lot of 4s. So maybe this will be another one of those.
Well, we'll see if DRX can manage to pull a rabbit out of their hat and try to come up with a win in this game. We do have another exciting game of Dragons, as Cloud's the first one to come up.
Yep.
As they're highlighting Chovy 8-3 on the Aatrox.
And that was also during the time where he played one of the games top lane. So far this season, I think he's played 3 games of the Aatrox. Been pretty successful so far as well.
And so far, all the lanes, though, pretty stable. Nothing too chaotic happening. Kyoshik with the red side jungle clear. Looking like he's
I'm just going to need to be right back 1 second. My cat needs to go to the bathroom. I'll let him in. So, we'll have a look at this stun first. It's great knockback. Phone skewer, fully charged. Faker has to flash. And now Deft running for the hills. I don't know what happened to get him into this position, but doesn't have to flash. Good satchel charge gets him out. And yeah, I'm going to buy that bit of time while you break that down, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to break that down. So they try to go for a play in mid lane. They do apply some pressure to Faker, but the dynamic of the Rumble and the Aatrox matchup is that Rumble's able to just play pretty defensively in the early stages if he wants to, even though Aatrox is a traditional counter to the champion.
Yeah, I am back. Thank you so much for that one.
Yeah, not a big
These
deal.
Rengar ganks, they happen sometimes, man, when we're playing remote. There's Rengar protection when we're at Lol Park, but not so much in my home with 2 wild ones running around. It's certainly all for one Rengar when it comes to the pets of this house. As Faker is back in this lane, does have the lane state in a decent position. Chovy 4-0 so far, so I told a lie. Played it a couple of times. More recently, as there you can see, he's pretty comfortable here in this lane, but still no meaningful leads just yet, as Cuz making his way around, looking to try and punish Doran yet again.
And we can see that basically the pathing by both of the junglers, they end up not really doing anything too impactful in the early stages. You can see Cuz maybe waiting for Sejuani, but instead just going to start up the jungle.
Okay. He thought that was coming up. He's like, it's bound to be coming up now. There we go. There it is. But instead, he's looking for a potential gank as Pyosik is going to turn up in time. Cuz shows himself at the wrong moment, actually, as Winter's Wrath is going to go wide. That is going to keep Doran alive for the moment. Good timing there from Pyosik for what feels like the first time this series.
Yeah, he ends up being there. I mean, he's pathing towards the golem, so it's inevitable that he's going to end up there.
It was on his World of Warcraft quest line.
Yes.
Anyway, I understand that.
This is like when you have to do a world quest and the thing that you're trying to kill just happens to be pathing.
Yeah,
into you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're able to help other people out doing it as well.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
One of those sort of team ones. Like it a lot. Scaria picks himself up a minion. That's going to be the last one. Maybe a cheater recall timing here for DRX. But so far you can see T1 actually doing fantastically well, keeping up on farm. And Effort will be ahead of Deft as they do make their way back into this lane. Teleport available for both Effort and for Deft. And they might utilize those to get back to lane. As you can see, onto the turret there for Deft right now, as they will crash this minion wave, most likely, unless Carrier can hold on to it. And looks like they are going to. Bone Skewer comes out. Carrier can get a potential stun here, but he's just going to get snared up. Deft, they would offer a bit of damage back as the bouncing bomb not quite enough. And this Wizard Ziggs is trying to do what he can to get this magic in line for DRX. And that's a really good back stopped there by Carrier. His deft is fantastic. His pike is fantastic. So looking forward to seeing whether he can take control of this mid game, as Cuz is going to spot that there are about 1 trillion wards here towards the top side in their own jungle, but isn't even going to get there to get rid of them. So Doran's going to be a little bit happier this time around, as Chovy will be able to get himself the farm advantage back in this mid lane once again.
And Teddy looks like he is trying to rotate around on Senna. And you can see the freeze actually down in bot lane. This is, normally a lot of teams are pretty allergic to this, but because of what's happening, Maokai can't walk up safely. Now he might be able to unlock it. It depends what Deft and Carrier actually elect to do, but because Teddy didn't immediately path back down, things can definitely get a bit dangerous. Now Pyke doesn't have his flash available, Maokai does. But it looks like they're just looking to try to make something happen. Chovy cannot see Senna.
Yeah, a bit of a Senna gank possibility here, as Faker does have his equalizer available, but just burns down this minion wave. Doran finds a really nice trade there onto Canna as the culling avoided for the majority. That's going to mean that Doran does stay alive. Cuz looking for an opportunity to get up here, but a turret shot is taken, and the Lucian unable to continue. Carrier now getting himself into his own side of the jungle to try and help out with Pyosik and Doran, as Deft's freeze has been broken, and Teddy comes back down towards the bottom side now. A bit more of an advantage for T1 down here. Deft is going to miss a few of these creeps as well, but should be able to at least gather the majority of the experience.
Well, T1, they find themselves down a little bit in the gold department, but it's not the end of the world by any means. As still no one really showing any incentive to pick up the Cloud Dragon, as Pyosik is going for a lane gank up here in top lane. And this might actually pan out, although Kana is trying to hard shove this wave. This could be really rough.
Yep, Pyosik's position not given away just yet. Has the ultimate, and they land it onto the Lucian. No opportunity to flash or anything like that, and he is just going to be taken down. First blood going over to DRX, and they do not get killed in the trade. So nicely done. They have at least upgraded on that front.
And now Pyosik, he's going to turn his attention to trying to start up the Rift Herald. You can see the ping going down onto it. Now Rumble does have his flash available again. You can see the remaining members of DRX are rotating up. Ziggs does not have the teleport available. Faker's there. Gonna harpoon Carrier, gets the bone plating out of him. Teddy is running up, but it seems like they're keen on just giving it up. They don't have teleport on the Maokai. Senna down in bot lane as well, and nice little advantages being picked up by them right now, but not the end of the world if you are a T1 fan.
Yeah, we'll just have to see where Shelly is going to go and how much money they're able to actually get out of this one. I think that if Doran's given a bit of an extra lead with some turret plates, gets to his second lethality item, then Canna's not going to be able to fight him from that point onwards. And it was Doran that picked up the kill here as well, as you can see. So I do like it. Some opportunities now for DRX to get behind the player that really hasn't been standing out on DRX, and that has been Doran so far this series. But he was a bit of a fine wine against Damwon Gaming, able to step up when it counted in that game number 5. So might be able to use some of that resilience here to try and win out in this game 3. As he's looking to turn it onto Canna. Good combo, but there's another culling. And thankfully, the wall is going to give Doran an out here, as Teddy should be able to help take down this Cloud Drake. And we'll see what the next dragon is going to be and give us some options when it comes to the Dragon Soul. And it's going to be either Ocean or Infernal. This is a spicy one.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a spicy game here, as it's going to be 5 minutes till that Mountain Dragon does come up. It is quite nice if T1 can end up getting it for the Gragas, Maokai, and the Rumble, especially against the Jace and the Aatrox, even though it's only going to be one. That can play a part in the later stages of the game. So, DRX, they're ahead about 1,500 gold, but there's not a whole lot of chaos happening in this game. So, as long as the lanes just keep getting ping-ponged and no one's manipulating their lane state for their junglers, then everything should be okay. And Doran, you might ask yourself, why did he just shove out that wave as his jungler is making his way up into top lane? And one side of the coin would say, well, to further try to tell a story that it would be illogical for Sejuani to be here.
Another ultimate, but this time Relentless Pursuit is available. Teddy's moving up towards the top side, and Cuz is going to be in position. And it looks like no Shelly for this top lane at this point in time.
And if Doran or if Kana did end up going down there, that would have been the kill on Jace with the Rift Herald being summoned immediately. But they're not going to find any advantages in that regard, as Maokai continuing to get very tanky, as he has the Spectre's Cowl, has the Bomby Cinder as well. Deft trying to chip away at the turret plates down here in bottom. Chovy not finding the kind of CS advantage that one would have hoped for, as it looks like he might be going for the Death Dance. First item on the Aatrox.
Yeah, I think he did that last time as well, when we saw it against Damwon. There's Effort taking a fair bit of damage, Mega Inferno Bomb, just to try and clear out the minion wave and the Maokai. As we've got Doran back here towards the top side, he teleported in. Canna has his available still, and Carrier is lying in wait to at least try and take down some of these wards. Doesn't have his Umbral Glaive completed just yet, and Cuz in position. So 2 versus 2, but jungler probably better than a support, as Pyoshi's going to come down bottom lane. And we are going to be able to relieve this bottom lane of its outer turret. As perfect timing there, we'll be able to just insta-kill this one. So Deft, a lot of extra money in his back pocket as he eats all of the plates and gets the first turret bonus here for DRX. And that is going to move them to over a 2,000 gold lead, as Chovy's going to take down a turret plate of his own.
Well, this is the best opening that DRX has managed to have in any of the 3 games. And we'll see what they can end up doing with it. 2 minutes until that Mountain Dragon does end up coming up, and that should be fought over by both of these parties. So see what that can end up meaning. Faker probably going to have the Oblivion Orb by then, so that'll be 33 pen on the Rumble, which is going to come pretty close to dealing true damage to several of the members.
Cuz body slamming his way out. You can see teleports in from T1 though. They're going to have 3 members down here. 2 versus 2 on the top side is confirmed as Bone Skewer goes wide. Carrier goes underground, but is able to dash himself out of the way of the culling. He would have been shredded from that one. Damn, he does not have any resistances so far on this pike, and is now going to go back home. Yoshik up here towards the top side, thinking about trying to put some pressure onto Canna, as Senna's going to go back home. And Carrier once again back in position as well. As Effort, twisted advance just to get out of the way here, as the ulti is going to get flashed. And Teddy is going to survive for the moment.
And that is the Sejuani ultimate going down, but they do trade it for Kana's flash, so definitely a victory in that regard. 1 minute until the mountain comes up. You can see Senna with the Lucian up here, just trying to play relatively safe. As...
Oh, Shock Blast goes completely wide. Carrier doesn't give away his position, however, I don't think. As T1 still just holding on to all these turret plates. And it's pretty cool, actually. Just looks like a regular bottom lane that's been moved towards top side, but the nameplates read Canna and Teddy.
Yeah, and this is really stable early game. But DRX, they find themselves up 3,000 gold, and all of that stemming from turrets.
Yeah, a lot of turret plates taken by DRX, but not too many given over to T1. I believe it was just one that Canna was able to claim top lane, whereas there was a turret plate taken in mid, and there were all 5 of them taken on the bottom side of the map. So a big advantage there for DRX. Still not out of the woods yet, and this composition needs about a lead of this size if it's going to be able to find anything. So still, if you're a DRX fan, I wouldn't start counting your chickens. They ain't hatching yet.
No, and Mountain Dragon is live, and you can see Pyoshik actually immediately on top of it. Doesn't seem like T1 are even interested in trying to capture it. It seems like they want to try to scale up more before the inevitable big team fight that'll end up breaking out. So they get themselves the mountain, and it's going to be Infernal. So
that's going to be massive. If DRX can get this, Deft is going to be doing so much damage in this later stage of the game, because there is so much armor that's required to deal with Doran and Chovy and Keria that there shouldn't be too much magic resist for Deft to worry about on his Ziggs. Oh my god, that's a move.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out by the Jace. And so far, I mean, again, not really much. This is the first lull state we've had, Atlas, and I don't think it's a coincidence that it's happening in match point for DRX, where it seems like everyone is just playing definitely a lot more reserved. I mean, Pyoshik has tried to make some plays happen on the top side of the map, but not really able to achieve anything. And if T1 can just hold this gold deficit and basically grapple with it for the next 10 minutes or so, constantly playing ping pong and being safe, they're going to be sitting really pretty in the mid to late transition. So that Infernal Dragon, it's really crucial that DRX find a way to end up getting it.
Yeah. So that's going to be up in about 3.5 minutes. Deft. Piercing Darkness is actually going to land. A fair bit of damage there, but the answering damage is much higher, and even the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to secure a lot of Teddy's health bar. Keria dashing on in here to make sure that he can peel for his Ziggs. And if Doran lands like 1 or 2 of these shock blasts onto Teddy, he's dead. And Deft should be able to offer some follow-up damage as well. I mean, the poke opportunities for this composition are certainly very high. And then if they're able to start a fight on their terms, then it's going to be very good. I think all eyes need to be on Cuz and what he can do to disrupt any potential team fights. Is Pyoshik going to be able to take Shirley as well, who has well and truly defected over to the side of DRX. Double heralds so far this game.
The gold lead extends to 3,500 gold right now.
Oh, that's a feels bad.
Yeah. Level
Sometimes
11.
the bounce doesn't work.
Yeah, sometimes it does not. Alex says maybe Doran is looking to set something up here with Keria. And the Pike is so scary if he does end up giving the resets over.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of extra money for DRX.
Yeah. Black Cleaver going to be second item for Lucian. Not a whole bunch going on.
Faker in trouble. Yeah, pulled back. Does have to use the heal in order to survive this one. Still sitting at half health. You can see Chovy at full health after that. Death's Dance, one hell of an item. Not to mention just the fact that he is Aatrox. His World Ender now on cooldown, but not a huge deal. As Pyoshik moving towards the bottom side, Canna going to take a shock blast. Able to move out of some of the damage there, but into the Death Chamber is where he eventually went. And DRX now continue to shove down. And this is entirely the opposite of what we saw in game number 2. This is instead Doran with all of the control at this stage of the game.
And okay, well, T1 now falling down even further. And Doran's really bouncing back here in this series as Rift Herald's going to be spawned now down in bot lane. This should crash and get this bottom tier 2 turret. Equalizer, though.
Yep, Doran in a little bit of trouble as the Brambles do come forward. It's at least the Jace kill as Arctic Assault should try and get Pyoshik out of here. Able to answer with an ulti there onto Canna as he's slowed down. And Pyoshik's just trying to run his way out. The culling still available. And the flash eventually comes in, but Pyoshik will not survive this. As they are going to take a fair bit of damage, but DRX trying to offer more back on the other side. Cuz just deals with it with his explosive cask. And Chovy up towards the top side should be able to deny at least this cannon wave. as well as get a lot of damage onto this turret. So it's not end of the world for DRX, but still a bit of a swing back in control and momentum for T1.
Yeah, T1, they get some edges down in bottom, but they have to drag over 4 members to end up doing it. And also, the Rift Herald lived. So it was busy tying up the bot minion wave, getting actually gold for, I believe, Pioshek was the one that summoned it, right? So getting gold for Pioshek, and Chobi going completely uncontested up in top lane, getting a lot of solo XP, a lot of gold. And we can watch the mini-map as well throughout this trade. As Jace gets brought down, they actually kill him too early and don't get the pike reset. So, take a look at the mini-map. Deft is completely happy in mid. That's 1 minion wave that he's going to get. Aatrox 1 minion wave. So, you add those 2 together, and if they're a cannon, then it's worth more than a kill. It's about a kill and an assist.
Oh, actually, you can see Deft was able to take down the outer turret in mid lane as well.
Deft was able to also get a turret. So, this is big for T1, but the amount of attention that they dragged over by DRX meant that they actually ended up benefiting more from that in the grand scheme of things, especially because that Rift Herald was able to live, and now DRX, they're going to get themselves an Infernal Dragon.
Well, Chobi's in trouble. He has to try and humble dash to get himself out of here, but he's not going to be able to do so. Chobi, oh no, they give up on the kills. The rest of DRX do come on over, but still, in the end, it is going to be a kill. Effort's going to go down, though, and so that's going to mean a 1-for-1 there towards the top side of the map, and the Drake taken by DRX. That was a very strange sequence of events.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how Teddy got the kill.
It might have been the fact that he did the last damage to him and the staggered Death's Dance damage came in. That may have been how it worked.
You are a bit of a savant, Atlas. That was not clicking in my head that was a thing.
Yeah, it's okay. I played a Brewmaster Monk in Legion, so I know all about that staggered damage.
So, okay. Chobi did end up dying, but the Infernal Dragon going over at this point is super big. For DRX, so much free damage being given to them, and Kana might just die. Nope.
Not just yet. Does have Blade of the Ruin King, but not a lot of mana. This will mean that he's most likely gonna have to go back home.
Let's take a look at this one more time. So, Chobi trying to kill the entire minion wave, flashes out of the way, and then you can see Cuz actually uncharacteristically missing on the ult, or maybe it's just a bad mana roll, as Senna did end up getting the kill down, but then the Maokai ended up falling shortly thereafter. So, still a 5,000 gold lead in DRX's favor.
And you can see where that 5,000 gold lead is. Deft is sitting at 240 CS at 22 minutes in this game, 1-0-0 right now, and does have a 200 gold bounty on top of everything else. So he's building towards his Rabbidan's death cap, and we'll have it relatively soon, as I'm once again ganked by a Ringo. He's really obsessed with this microphone, and it's making things pretty difficult. As T1, 4 members strong here, gathered around the mid lane. And Doran moving towards bot. Looks like DRX are going for some sort of 1-3-1 play, with the Ziggs able to stay perpetually in that mid lane and clear out minion waves pretty much instantly.
And DRX, I mean, they just, if you're them right now, even though there was the potential that some of their champions would end up tapering off, the fact that they're in such a commanding game state leaves them feeling pretty comfortable. They can continue to wait for the dragons to sort of pile up. It's going to be another Infernal Dragon. And these things just keep getting scarier and scarier, because you take a look at the Maokai, and he has a bit of Build-A-Bear going on right now. Had the Spectre's Cowl, Bramble Vest, Bomby, and Kindle Gem. So it's like a walking Walmart. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's...
Is it Spirit Visage first? Is that what he's going for? Is that Kindle Gem going to be turning into a... That's a Warmogs? No, dang it. He just built the Spirit Visage. It would have been way more fun if it was like supposed to be Spirit Visage, Warmogs, Thornmail, and Sunfire Cape, and he was going to use all of those base items to build those 4 items. Slot efficiency be damned. It's not what we're interested in this game. Just, you want to have your inventory full, because that means that you're the strongest. That's how that works.
All right. Well, minute and a half until the Infernal comes up, and it really just looks like T1 are just slowly bleeding out here in this game.
Oh my god, Teddy! What happened to your health bar, my dude? All right, well, I think Teddy's going to be requesting not playing center in the next game. He wants to be able to actually do stuff, because in this game, he hasn't been able to, almost whatsoever. A minute and a half, and then we will have that Infernal Drake. I think DRX would have really liked to have chunked the members of T1 a little bit later on. I think trying to get that damage down at the right points is certainly going to be important, as Shock Blast is going to help do exactly that. There's Def big chunks of damage onto this turret every time he can get that passive proc. And Canna taken down to half. Teddy makes his way back to the lane and is asking Def very nicely, can you please not kill me? As I'm just trying to get minions. And Def is going to be able to steal away yet another blue buff. They've had basically a monopoly on that blue buff so far this game. And this is a DRX that looks like they've rallied. It looks like they've turned their fortunes around. And they're moving towards a 7,000 gold lead right now.
Yeah, and I mean,
Mega Inferno Bomb stops some backs.
Getting worse and worse for T1 as this game continues to drag on, because the Dragons are causing such insane pressure for T1. Yeah, they moused over the damage.
Casual 700 damage that is unmitigated pretty much by Teddy, who's going to be sitting on what, 20 magic resist at best? I don't know, he's not going to have very much. Round 30, I'd assume. So, yeah, bad news bears. Edge Carrier gets a bone skewer. I thought that was actually going to go wide, as he does eventually get out of there. Deep water dive, pretty good. As Effort throws over a little sapling. Chovy's going to get the knock-up onto the Maokai, as the double knock-up does eventually come in, but we do have the Piercing Darkness, and that should help keep these guys sustained. Kyochik very tanky as well on this Sejuani, as Shock Blast is going to go wide. Every time these abilities don't hit, it is good news as Doran taking a lot, but Canna going to take even more. Ulti comes out from the Sejuani onto Effort, though. He is a tank. He wants to be soaking these abilities, as now Chovy finds himself by himself, but able to Umbral Dash to get himself over the wall. Effort is going to have to go home. No Warmogs or anything like that to keep him alive, as Cuz looking to make this a 50-50, and it is going to be worth it. If he gets into this pit and dies, but he's able to take a dragon, that is fantastic news for T1, as they have full vision of this going down, as Cuz not in position, and now it's soul point for DRX. They're looking to try and make their way out. Effort teleports just a little too late.
Yeah, and he teleports in a little too late, but it doesn't really matter. T1 were basically all exhausted at this point. They have no major key cooldowns available to them. Their champions are very far behind. I mean, you take a look at the levels, Deft is 15. So just 3 entire base levels, and that's skill points. That's added HP, it's extra little bit of resistances and whatnot. Teddy's 11, and Effort is 12. So there's a massive discrepancy there. Pyoshik 2 levels up over Cuz, and Kana, I believe, is slightly actually ahead of Doran. He's going to end up getting this a whole wave. I believe he pings 15 soon, and that's the only place where T1 is finding any sort of advantage.
Well, I mean, Def got a Flame Horizon at 26 minutes. That is definitely good. Builds a cool hat out of it. And Pyoshik has more farm than their bottom lane farming champion. And it's a weird thing to sort of compare. Fasting Center does very strange things. Farm numbers, as I believe Teddy has started farming now. Certainly not going to be catching up to any relevant numbers, so I guess you could add those two together and then you get things a little bit closer, but still not gonna anywhere near equate the amount of money that DRX has been able to put together. And with the fact that T1 has been trying to funnel Canna with more gold, it gets more and more dangerous. As, man, this is scary. Every time Carrier goes underwater, T1 has to respect it.
Yep. And the gold lead right now locked at 5,000. And things are definitely looking a bit disastrous right here in this game, as DRX, again, super comfortable. 3 minutes until Infernal Soul is going to be coming up, and that's one that they can just flip. If they end up getting it, which they should be able to, they could even just try to burst it down, and then Pyoshik does have the smite advantage by 2 levels. It might even be 3 by then, because everyone is eating Cuz's camps, because they're trying to allocate gold into the primary carries. So we'll see what does end up happening. Effort is 13. He finally has Sunfire Cape and Spirit Visage. But that death cap on the Ziggs plus the 2 Infernal Souls, it's so much extra AP.
Yeah, I want to mouse over the damage of that Mega Inferno Bomb again. I want to see them juicy numbers. That's doing easily over 1,000. at this point, and very close to true damage to someone like Teddy at the moment, who doesn't have any magic resist. And this tower is going to get booped. There it is. Satchel Charge takes care of it. T1, I don't even know whether you want to get into flanking positions, gentlemen. It's just not looking like the game where things are going to go well for you, as Carrier able to dash his way out, but still going to take a fair bit of poke damage. Dawning Shadow avoided, as the Pyke is just going to utilize his passive and gets himself back up to at least 2/3 of his health bar. You can see Chovy, he's very close. He does have his 40% CDR, but almost has Spirit Visage. There are 2 of those Morellonomicons, the Forbidden Books, being completed by T1, but he needs to avoid.
Not to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy is invested very heavily into having a regenning health bar, so at least that's going to be partially mitigated. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough, as Teddy's going to pick up this blue buff. And once again, he just loves this microphone. Come on.
Well, totally fine, as Void Staff was picked up by Faker. And we'll see what T1 can do in about a minute's time. They are forced to team fight now over this next one, as ping pong is the name of the game here in the LCK. We do see this from time to time, as we are approaching 30-minute mark. And everything for DRX right now, all that they need to do, control the low ground, and make sure that T1 can never really enter the river, because T1 has one shot to beat DRX in a team fight, and it's going to be inside of the Equalizer cask, as well as the Mount. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's
1,300 damage.
Yeah.
That's silly. That's, of course, in the middle. It does 800 damage if you're not in the dead center of the Mega Inferno Bomb, guys. That's how that one works. Regardless, if you're in that circle, no matter which one, you're going to be taking a hell of a lot of damage. Teddy could probably die if he's hit by the middle of it right now, but Def just wants to hold on to that artillery strike for as long as possible. Oh, goodbye! That was blind. He just put the ward down. Unless they were clearing it out. I think they were clearing a ward out. But as I say it, yeah, there it is. That's what can happen. As now we've got 6 seconds on the Infernal Soul, and T1 has to do it without Teddy. He has no teleport. He's dead for another 25 seconds.
And the Ziggs is showing up here in match point for DRX. They just need to turn and get the Infernal Soul. They're going to start it up. Cuz needs to be a hero here. Teddy is up with his ultimate, but he's not going to be at the team fight. And this is do or die. They need to stop the Gragas from entering.
If he can steal it, no, it's not going to happen. And there is Infernal Soul. Massive damage, but the Dawning Shadow, it flies over to keep everyone on T1 alive. But I think it's only bought a very small amount of time for this team. 7,000 gold is the lead. Baron on the mind of Dragon X. And team fights, they are all but one already for this Dragon X squad.
Yeah, this game is over, Atlas. There's no conceivable universe where... Yeah, that was, yeah.
Oh no, there was no ward.
That book
was
that he
just
threw?
dead.
That's Morello. That is actually...
That's actually what it does to your brain when people buy it. That's the perfect image to show people what happens in your mind when Morellonomicon's purchased.
That's exactly what is going on, as Baron Dance is now going to unfold. There's no way for T1 to sort of resist the Jace and the Ziggs now with the Infernal Soul. This game is completely unfair at this point, and it's one that didn't really have a whole lot of action. So, very slow and steady, and DRX ended up coming out on top, and interestingly enough, finally managing to make the Ziggs work. You can see how careful they're being, though, in this game, unwilling to just immediately start up the Baron. Maybe a little bit of PTSD or something going on there, not totally sure, as they have 100% win rate with Dragon Soul.
Also, yeah, just seeing whether he does 100% Teddy's health bar with his ultimate, which I think is the thing that's the biggest worry right now. Oh my god.
1v3.
That was a like Infernal Soul proc onto effort that took like a quarter of his health bar. And he's a tank.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Just ludicrous. It's like walking over a minefield. It literally is walking over. He has a minefield ability. This is silly.
Well, They are being super patient as they do wait.
Guaranteeing that there's no vision around this area. Pyoshik just walks on in, isn't too scared about what T1 can do as he looks to clear away that control ward. But DRX just making sure all of these waves are pushed up. You can see at least T1 able to move into their bottom side jungle. Carrier getting some vision over the top. And Kaz, oh, barely moves out of the way as my desk is being rid of all of the things that are on it. The swishy tail. As DRX finally pull the trigger. They are going to start off with Baron immediately. T1 do throw down that small ward. Area lying in wait. Equalizer goes down onto everyone from Faker. As Def down to about half. Effort trying to move in here. There are no smites for this Baron though, and it will be taken. The flash in. Cuz was there to try and make it a 50-50, but Baron is going to finally defect. He chooses DRX for this game as Canna's going down very low. Carrier just trying to take him, and he's going to be able to. Gets the reset on top of it. There's the other one. So much money for DRX. How unfortunate that they're not going to be able to spend it because they're deciding that it's time to win the game.
And they're going to be able to end the game. The death timers are way too high. Top minion wave in super close proximity. And this means that we're going to a game number 4, which no one was probably expecting after watching the first 2 games. But DRX in this game 3 match point managed to fight back, and Deft with a really good performance on the Ziggs.
Yeah, I don't even think we need to send in the vote. Deft should just be getting the POG no matter what happens. He was extraordinary that game. Just so incredibly consistent, and that's exactly what you want to see. If you're a DRX fan, if you're just a Deft fan in general, right? This has not been the Deft that we're used to seeing. Towards the end of 2019, it felt like his mental was relatively shot, and now in 2020, there have still been games where it looks like Deft has been, you know, a little bit behind the rest of his team, but this game, it looked like it was his mental fortitude that pushed them through, and he played so consistently. And it's on the Ziggs once again. This is a champion that he brought out, I believe it was week 1 of 2020 spring, and they didn't find a victory on it. It actually looked like a bit of an off performance. He has played it, of course, in the past, in 2019, 2018 especially. End of 2018 summer. That was when the Awesome Dudes were coming in, and it was one of Deft's favorites. But really good to see him show exactly why DRX did put so much priority on the Ziggs.
And well, that is a very important win for them. Hopefully they can get their morale back and sort of try to rally behind it. For T1, a bit bizarre. Nothing really happened in that game. As they just slowly bled out, gold advantage was all accrued inside of turret plates and turret captures by DRX that game. Just all around a very different kind of game from game number 1 and 2, as Pyotek did manage to eventually find something on Takana up in top lane.
And bot lane.
Yeah, and bot lane as well. And this was just a slow and steady execution. This was the one turnaround that T1 had, but remember, it took 4 members to do this. And meanwhile, Deft in mid lane, Chovy in top lane, you can see on the minimap getting tons of solo XP, lots of XP from the minions as well. Remember, at one point, Deft was up 3-4 levels over his opposition, and
Not
that's
to
a lot of
CS.
Yeah, also Flame Horizons at 26 minutes into the game, I believe. This was the Deft Dance killing the Atrox, as Effort ended up going down there shortly thereafter. But we'll see now what game number 4 can have in store for us. This
Morello,
was, there it is.
The power of Morello.
Yeah.
There's a reason why it's sealed with that locking mechanism.
Oh man. Well, this was the attempted 50-50 by T1. Hail Mary at the end. Gragas, yeah, he just got popped.
Did absolutely get popped. As Deft was untouched in this fight, felt like he was untouched in this game, as Carrier just goes and solos the top lane Lucian, and then just continues delivering packets of money to his team that are trying to spend it. Now as we move to a game number 4. Pretty consistent when it comes to this gold advantage, and actually probably the most clean victory so far this series, apart from maybe game 2 for T1. But DRX didn't really let up, as Def did 33,000 damage, 34,000 damage, I guess, rounding wise. That's close to 50%. In fact, more than 50% by a large margin.
Yeah.
That's like 55% of his team's damage. Not bad.
Well,
Are we
it's,
impressed? Or is it not 60?
It's not 80%, so I'm gonna have to say I'm a little bit not impressed. Maybe you can try a little bit harder and think long and hard before we jump into game number 4.
Well, now DRX have a little bit of momentum. We'll see whether T1 can rally, turn things around. Certainly, this is a team that is known to do so, but I just want 5 games, guys. I really do. So let's see whether DRX can give it to us after the break.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디스 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 에이 5, 6월 서리 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 머신 패치 우주 부동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020 playoffs. It is round 2 as we're waiting to see which one of these teams is going to meet Gen G in the final on the weekend. DRX finally managed to answer back to T1. T1 not doing so much in game number 3, and now I'm expecting a bit of a clapback in game number 4.
Yeah. DRX, they find themselves coming up with a victory in game 3, coasting to a pretty sizable gold advantage in the first early parts of the game. It was, I believe, 3,500 almost at 15 minutes. And also even having XP advantages for themselves as well to boot. So they managed to get a game here. We'll have to see what that does mean for game number 4. Because I would imagine that T1 is probably going to have a very different approach as we
exactly
come in
right.
now.
And I just want to reassure Noah 700 BC in Twitch chat, I did indeed go to the bathroom. I am fully charged and ready for game number 4. I even fed the cats, so shouldn't get ganked by Rengar in this series. He was going incredibly ballistic. I'm actually surprised I still managed to keep any attention on the game. But this time around, we are going to be laser focused because now it's all about whether or not the reverse sweep dream is going to be alive.
Well, that is what many DRX fans would be looking forward to. What I'm looking forward to is seeing who got the player of the game here in game number 3, and it is going to be Def.
Yeah, he did 54.3% of the damage. I equated it to 55. I apologize for my appalling mathematics. But 3-0 and 2, DPM are very close to 1,000. Not bad whatsoever here for Def's Ziggs, who basically had the game handed to him. This was beautiful. The Morellonomicon just smacking Teddy in the head. And you can almost imagine that it was Faker's Morellonomicon because he had one standing next to him right there. Unfortunate stuff is, there's the Super Mega Death, Mega Inferno Super Uber Rocket of Death, Doom, and Destruction on top of all of T1, which obliterated them. And then Carrier decides that he wants to go 1v1 against the top laner and does so pretty comfortably.
Yep, and they just get the ace, immediately convert it into the game-ending blow. And it was unanimous. Yet
We've
again,
had so many 9 out of 9s, man. It's been 9 out of 9, 7 out of 7 out of 9, and then 9 out of 9 again. A lot of these POG votes, pretty easy to figure out.
Well, game 4, DRX do manage to stabilize a little bit, and I think that they really needed that to maybe bog off any tilt or anything that might have been present in the first 2 games. And now, as we move forward, they're going to have to probably handle a different approach that T1 is going to end up taking. I don't think that we'll see Senna again, because like you were saying at the end of last game, Teddy probably wants a champion that he can have more personal control and influence over the game with, and I think that that would actually be quite important for T1.
Yeah, give Teddy some agency, for goodness sake.
Yeah, stalling Deft or trying to stifle him is really key in this matchup. As here we go, game number 4, T1 gonna be on the red side.
Yeah, once again, DRX choosing the blue. And their only win so far this series was on red side, so interesting that they've decided to go back to the blue side. But let's see what this means for the draft. Azir and LeBlanc likely to be their first 2 bans this time around, as T1 probably looking for the Kalista and the Zoe, things like that. Zoe going to be their first ban like it was in the previous game. But now I think it's going to be about what Chovy can do. That's what, if DRX are going to win, I think it's going to be off the back of a Chovy hero carry. That's just what my warders are telling me. As the Varus to be banned away, Def just not allowed to play that champion. Last ban likely to be the Aphelios, as the set comes in as the ban here for DRX.
And we'll see what is going to be the final one.
Do they ban Ziggs?
DRX.
That would be so funny.
No, it's going to be Graves, interestingly enough, getting banned away. That strikes me as a bit peculiar. T1 now. Will they ban Kalista or Aphelios?
Or Trundle, because the Graves might be alluding to DRX going for Trundle first pick or something like that. But Aphelios is available, and Kalista is available. So where is the priority going to lie here for DRX. As Aphelios is going to be picked up. So Deft, for the first time this series, is going to be on the Aphelios, and the first time this series is going to be on an 80 carry.
Oh. Soraka being hovered. Not sure if that means anything, but now Trundle also being hovered.
Oh.
Nope, gonna be the Callista. And
Callista
Trundle.
Trundle. So does Pyoshik now just play Kindred?
That could be on the agenda.
Has always done well into the Trundle, is why I bring it up. He could just also hop back to the Sejuani again. I know it's a bit of a counter matchup into the Trundle, but still something that a lot of our LCK players decide to do anyway. But instead, looks at the Gragas, is going to lock that one away. Now Chovy, let's see what he's going to... Chovy Yasuo, let's go.
Well, Gragas and, okay, LeBlanc now being hovered, might get locked in. 10 seconds remaining. And I would be very curious to see what T1's response would maybe end up being to it. Kassadin is obviously really good, given that it's AP jungle, AP mid, and not a whole lot of CC on the side of Dragon X yet.
And they have to... T1 are now in a tricky scenario, right? Do they get the best counter pick for LeBlanc, which is likely the Kassadin or something like that? Or do they take away another priority pick like the Taric, potentially? As Faker currently hovering the Ornn for Canna, and they are going to lock that one away. So now, where are the bans going to go? Likely the DRX takes away the Callista Taric option from T1. But where they go without it is going to be a big question. There's Gangplank to be removed, as they're just trying to protect Canna and T1's ability to just turtle this game to oblivion. There's the Kassadin ban, as we were expecting out of DRX, and look to see another potential LeBlanc counter to be taken off the board as well. It might just be something, I don't know, Akali probably not going to be a great option into the LeBlanc, but might be something that Faker would like to do, and certainly has been something he's performing on so far in this series.
And
Aatrox ban.
Aatrox, yeah, gets banned away. So, okay, the Kassadin being removed. Now, Ornn can still just go mid. That is something that T1 could be doing. Even though they did ban away 2 of the traditional Ornn answers up in top lane.
Or if they pick Lulu next. Lulu was an OG counter to LeBlanc, as was Morgana back in the day. There are a lot of different things that they could do here. Taric's going to be taken off the board. Oh my god. Could you imagine it?
R5 Rise after R4 Taric. Oh no, Taric just got banned away by DRX.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. But still, there are a lot of mix-ups that T1 can throw at us. 10 seconds to go. Coach Kim, see what the mastermind has in store for us. That's not what I... Come on. Well, it's just a Corki for the mid lane. Very upset.
Corki in mid is an answer to the LeBlanc. Also is going to fare quite well against the LeBlanc and the Gragas. That can make things pretty difficult for them there, and they're reserving the counter pick down in bot lane for support, and I think this is what you're supposed to do as red side the majority of cases. Is counter pick support is so powerful in the current meta, and let's see if they end up utilizing it the way that it can be. So Morgana is something that's obviously on my mind right now when you see the Gragas, the LeBlanc, and the Nautilus now being locked in. So DRX are really playing with fire here. They're going to need physical damage on the top side. They can't put all their eggs into the Aphelios basket, and they're going to try to Lucian. And if Ornn stabilizes once in this matchup, the lane just ends.
Yeah. And it's also DRX, like, just agreeing to sin off the back of that one pick. There is absolutely no other way to state it. This Lucian is designed to win this game as early as possible.
Not going to be the Morgana. It's actually just going to be the Braum getting picked up. So T1 are going to pilot a bot lane composition that, even when Callista wasn't really meta, historically they would use this and just try to take over the game. And so Corki versus LeBlanc, that's a matchup that is pretty okay for T1. Ornn versus Lucian, all it takes is one mistake out of Doron and the lane is going to be unsalvageable, DRX back to full center. There's no Ziggs to bail them out this time. The Aphelios is going to have a hard time in the later stages against the Corki and the Ornn. And the Braum even has some effectiveness against DRX's team composition. This is very dangerous. And I feel like this game's going to be decided in the first 13 minutes, Alice.
Yeah, I believe you. I think that if DRX had have had something like a Thresh for carrier, then maybe Deft has an ability to hard carry with the added repositioning that will have available to himself, but instead carrier decides to go full red, and that's exactly what this composition is looking like at this point.
Well, Lucian, Gragas, LeBlanc, Aphelios, Nautilus versus Ornn, Trundle, Corki, Kalista, Braum. It's really hard for a lot of these lanes on Dragon X. It's all going to come down to individual prowess and trying to get advantages and convert that into something meaningful. Dragons are very important for this team composition. All that T1 has to do is live.
Yeah.
That's a pretty damn easy thing to do.
Should be, and certainly has been for T1 in games past. So here we are onto the rift for game number 4. It is do or die for Dragon X. Are they going to bring us some silver scrapes and to a game number 5? That would be amazing, because that would mean that our playoffs have gone to the maximum amount of games the entire way through. Or can T1 show us just how powerful they are once they have been beaten down once? Because this is a squad that is very, very good at bouncing back, especially with Coach Kim at the helm, our coach of the season for 2020 spring, as voted by quite a few people in the LCK. So, DRX, let's see what they can do. Doran, our eyes are going to be on him. He has been feast or famine so far this series. And if he's feasting, it's likely that DRX will be able to play around it and win. I want to go down towards the bottom side, though, LS, because Aphelios Nautilus versus Kalista Braum is just a regular laning phase with 80 carries. And it's the first time we've seen it so far this series between Deft and Teddy. And so far, Deft has been very consistent. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether he can continue to do so up against Teddy in a very standard matchup.
Yeah, and so, I mean, we'll have to see what does end up happening down there in bot lane as Kana is just spamming all of his emotes currently. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty standard start here as Cuz is going to start on blue with the leash from his bot lane. And you can see Gragas just getting a leash from Deft on the Aphelios as Keria stands watch. So Cuz immediately moving into the Gromp after the blue. And... yeah. Trundle, we'll see what he ends up doing here. As Faker versus Chovy, this is a matchup that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. LeBlanc has a lot of pressure to get ahead in this game, and if she doesn't manage to achieve it, it's a big win for T1. As Ward comes out actually really early. You can even see the ping on it.
Yeah, it was actually in vision of the T1 Ward that was already there, I believe, put down by Faker. As having a look in here on the bottom side, Deft trying to answer back to some of the pressure that's already been put down. Able to get a couple of autos there as effort right in amongst this lane. And T1 should get that level 2 first. They did so. And now able to get that shove as Deft is down relatively low. Chovy also trading already with Faker here. And he's 1-0 so far on this Corki. 6-1 for Cuz's Trundle. Pretty powerful. And I remember back when Kana was like 5-0 on the Ornn. In recent games, he has not been finding as much success. So we'll see exactly how it is going to continue as Chovy has gone with the IG skin on his LeBlanc, just trying to troll T1 just a little bit.
And we can just pay attention to the minimap, all the jungle stuff going on right now. Trundle just going for a full clear. And is beating Gragas to the punch, and then he'll move over to the left-hand side, most likely. As you can see the Lucian, he's trying to push in the Ornn. And Ornn is just sitting happy with the way that this lane currently does stand. Doran gonna get a little bit more poke, but this isn't the end of the world.
Oh no.
He's really healthy. Gonna probably go for the Q-Max up here in top lane as, okay, Kana just doing a fantastic job at CSing.
Passing the test, absolutely.
Yep. See if he can locate the Bramble Vest as his first item. It would be a bit of a shame if I see a Bomby Cinder, as we got a trade happening here between Faker and Chovy. Chovy does get the better end of it.
Yeah. very strong. As far as the mana bar trade as well, also looking pretty good. As Distortion going to be available pretty soon, and looking a bit scary, but there are a lot of minions that Fake is now utilizing.
Yeah, and that one auto by Chovy drawing so much minion aggro cost him a lot of his HP. And
As Kaz comes on in, there's no Distortion flash has to be used. Perfect timing there from Kaz on the gank. And this may help Faker find himself a bit of a cheater recall, which he's going to do so right now. And that lane was looking really good for Chovy, and then instantly got turned on its head.
He was really doing a pretty good job in the laning phase. Faker does get a recall off with the tier. Recalling now on top of the minion wave that actually interrupts Chovy's recall. They both do have teleport.
Yeah, Chovy should be able to use his to get back. And should be fine farming out these minions underneath the turret. Kaz now behind enemy lines as he pops on in. We'll find Pyoshik here, but the barrel is going to secure most of them as Chovy underneath his turret. Down very, very low on mana, but Fake is just going to try and clear this minion wave as fast as possible. As we look bottom side, Teddy is ahead in farm by just a little bit, but I believe a minion wave is pushing forward as Kaz is going to start off on this Mountain Drake. Teleport back to the mid lane there as Pyoshik is going to find this ward. Whether he's going to find the dragon is going to be the next question, as Kaz is just going to unleash it and let it go back to sleep as Faker just waiting in the wings, gets that shove, puts on the pressure. And DRX have been farming very well so far. So they're going to have a slight gold advantage, but it's, again, one of those games where you look at any gold leads, and actually, it's just good no matter what happens for T1. I mean, there needs to be very large advantages for DRX before we start saying that they do have control of this game.
Yeah. And Mountain Dragon being the first one of the game, it is going to be super important as, okay, Bommies was picked up by Kana up in top lane. The reason I want to talk about that is because people do this all the time. The Bommies doesn't have usage against the Lucian. Okay, hold on. First, we gotta trade.
Pyoshik, yeah, he's going to get stunned up. Faker goes on over. Carrier is here, but there's first blood. Faker getting taken down very, very low, but there's the flash forward from Effort. Does manage to land the stun, and now Chovy should be falling as well. Yep, passive not going to be good enough, and Effort picks up the kill.
Effort gets the kill onto Chovy, and that's quite nice. He can try to use that to accelerate into his tier 2 boot, so it's not the end of the world, but things are falling apart for DRX this early on. They have a team composition that needed to get ahead, has to accrue advantages in the first 15 minutes of the game, and this is the danger of picking a team composition. And some people, they'll turn off their brains and they'll think, well, it should be easy with their champions. No, it shouldn't, because the enemy team is also 5 professional players that is aware of what you need to do, and they can take some losses, whether it be inside of jungle camps or skipping some CS, in order to not fall down super, super far. And so if they end up doing that, it's always going to be a T1 victory. But now T1 getting the kills early on, stifling DRX, it's basically double. It's amplified how much of the problem for DRX currently does exist in this game. You can see Pyoshik, and you wonder what he's looking for, because mid lane state not gankable, Scuttle Crab not coming up anytime soon, and this was just a normal reset rotation by T1. Effort and Cuz there. Chovy not having the flash. He just gets clapped immediately and brought down.
Yep, no option to get out of there. And really good follow-up from T1. So first blood and an extra kill is the cherry on top. He is very, very nice here for T1. You can see Deft able to claw back that minion disadvantage that he had by just a little bit here on the bottom side. As Can is absolutely fine top side of the map, actually winning out now on some of these trades and only down 18 CS. That is absolutely fine, well and truly tolerable for the Ornn. And we're expecting something like a clapback. This is just T1 saying, no, we are fundamentally just better than you guys. Don't worry about it. As yeah, that is a flash into it as he dives the turret, and that is a very dead Lucian.
And that is not what you want to be have happen in this lane, as Kana is solo killing Doran all night long.
Yeah, this is just, the top gap is insane right now. That should not have happened in any universe.
Yeah. And it feels pretty comfortable right now if you are Teddy or Faker, that you're getting so much relief from the top side. And again, it's not something that probably anyone accounted for coming into the series. So
yeah.
Right here, Chovy, I mean, he's trying to do everything that he can to keep the wave on his side of the map. Effort rotates knowing that Faker's going to need some help. Here's Cuz as well.
Yeah, in position, actually biding his time there as the barrel does get back. Effort a little bit late on the Unbreakable, but Chovy is extraordinarily low, making his way out to the north is now Cuz. Looking pretty immovable on this Trundle right now, and Chovy just going to try and clear out this minion wave and this ward on his way back forward. Deft coming there to save the rest of his team, and he's going to have to do exactly that this game. I don't know where their avenue of advantage is going to be.
With the Mountain Drake picked up for them as well, for that Trundle, that Braum, and the Ornn. And remember, Corki, he'll get magic resistance later on in the game, as will Teddy. So even though it's only one dragon, that'll end up coming in to play a part in the later stages as Kana is looking for blood yet again.
And this is without a Bramble Vest, which would make things even worse for the Lucian. He's instead just building straight towards his Sunfire Cape as quickly as possible so that he can retain lane control. There's a ward right here. Pyoshik is going to move in, but Faker has the package. That should confirm that T1 should be able to lock down Shelly. And now Pyoshik is trying to avoid this, but package going to be delivered. That is not what he ordered. Absolutely not. As Chovy now going to get slowed. Effort turning up. The carrier is going to find him in that exact moment. And Shelly's going to be taken. It is now on track for a perfect game for T1.
And things are really good right now for them here in this game. They almost have a 2,000 gold advantage accrued. Everything is really stable in all the lanes. This Lucian is out of this game as well, so the Sinner champion up in top lane, really far behind, but now he's going to act as an anchor for this DRX team composition because he's just dragging them down as they're going to move into the mid stage.
얘 이제 아래쪽도 올 수 있다, 진성이.
한번 뭐
아래 한번 받을게, 이거. 그냥 받아 먹을게, 이번에. 좀 위험할 수 있어.
이까라도 그럼.
나이스.
나이스.
좋아.
상대 그라 노플이야, 그라
Nice,
노플.
good job.
소르텔인가?
Caught shopping there a little bit as we have a look at Faker's package delivery.
Yep. Bumps.
If he was a delivery man, he would
into
absolutely
the
be
Gragas.
fired.
Yeah.
Okay, now Cuz going to turn up. Shelly going to be here, but Chovy standing, lying in wait. They want to try and get this dive. As Ward goes over the wall, Chovy jumps on forward, and he pops back to his distortion. Cannon's flash now on cooldown, stopping the back and getting a flash. Definitely worthwhile there for DRX.
Yep. And now it's going to be Cuz that's going to be left to pick up the CS in top lane. And it's a 2-level advantage right now in the jungle. And that sticks in Season 10. With the way that jungle XP has been changed, there was some changes to the jungle that have happened in some of the recent patches, but this is definitely going to be brutal. Cuz is way into level 8, I believe, as Pyoshik did just ding, finally, the level 7. Let's take a look at this one more time. So Doran manages to move out of the way of the pillar and the searing charge as another really big trade. Doran utilizing all of his mana pool to try to make this happen. Cuz made his way up, but here was Chovy and friends. And remember, Chovy to do this, he gave up the entire mid-minion wave. So that is something that just went into the void in terms of gold and EXP. And T1, they're going to get this Ocean Dragon, and then ideally they would like to roll an Infernal, but they're not even probably opposed to Cloud.
Yeah, they don't really care. Honestly, the Dragons feel pretty much inconsequential, but that is the Infernal Drake. Would be a door to open up again for DRX. If they're able to stack these to 4, then it will be gigantic amounts of burst damage and will keep Chovy relevant as this game goes on. But that feels a little bit like a tall order at this stage.
And, well, Kana just going even up there in top lane. Blade of the Ruin King still not even complete yet for the Lucian. That is going to be a bit of a problem. Looks like Hex Drinker going to be picked up on Faker as we're moving into the mid-game transition. And remember, in Champ Select, we said this game's going to be decided in the first 13, 14, 15 minutes of the game. And T1, it's not just a 2,000 or 1,500 gold lead. It's the Mountain Drake 2, which is giving a little bit of resistances, and it's the fact that their team comp scales so much better. We are only a couple of minutes away from ornaments start coming in as well, and that is a lot of unseen gold and stats that are going to be on the side of T1 as Kana fails to get that last turret plate, but it doesn't really matter. This is just destruction on the map, and it's almost poetic that this might be the way that DRX fall here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and Faker going to pick up all of these plates here as well, just a few seconds before the turret plates go down. Chovy unable to pop the eye, but does so in the end. But still, damage has been done. There's the culling once again as Canna just soaks it. He's absolutely fine up there, has his catalyst now completed, building towards his Abyssal Mask. No Frozen Fists this time around. I like it a lot, as Pyosik is going to look to try and counter jungle just a little bit, but he's still so... Oh, no, he's not. He's not actually super far behind when it comes to farm, but 1, 0, and 2 for the Trundle is helping him control that CS advantage, and even the big chicken not being taken there by the Gragas. But at least those levels have been made up by Pyosik.
And, well, Faker is going to shove in the minion wave. He does have the Hex Drinker picked up. He might be able to just get this solo turret gold. And
Yeah,
that's a nice
huge.
pickup for him. Yep. Kana up here in top lane, level 11.3 or so, maybe, on this Ornn, as Doran's still stuck at level 10, now getting zoned again.
Yep. Using the package, actually, to try and get out of the way as teleport comes in from Chovy. And T1 will just move back towards his top lane and take down this turret.
Yep. Chovy not able to really do a whole bunch. He doesn't have any damage. He only has a Lost Chapter and a Blasting Wand, so they can just ignore him and basically say, who cares, as that's the second turret of the game, and things are looking pretty hopeless. Teddy probably feeling really good down there in bot lane.
Yeah, he knows that he doesn't actually have to do anything this game.
Yeah. Not a whole lot going on down in bot, and just spells disaster for Deft, because he's going to be essentially neutralized. Win rate with gold at 15, 82.1%.
That's pretty
T1.
good.
It's all right, you know, I mean...
I want to know what the win rate for DRX without a gold lead of 15 minutes is, because I'm pretty sure that would be pretty abysmally low as well, which would also tell a story. So we have a look at the gold. Faker is ahead by 1,500. There is a 600 gold lead for the Ornn against the Lucian counter matchup. And Teddy was sitting on 2,000 gold before he went back to base as well.
I want to give you an interesting stat here, Atlas.
Give it to me.
T1 have also won 100% of the games where they've killed the enemy's Nexus.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You are just full of those hard-hitting stats. It's extraordinary. Yeah.
Thought I'd fill you in on that one.
No, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. That's really actually changed my whole outlook on this matchup, as Cuz is going to get chained. Takes the second one as well. Fair bit of extra damage, but not really anything consequential, especially considering the fact that Shirley's going to be taken down, and that King's Tribute should be able to give Cuz his entire health bar back again.
Yeah,
DRX just scrambling for something to do.
30 seconds until the Infernal Dragon's going to come up. T1's even going to get the second Rift Herald. And I don't know what DRX is even supposed to do. They don't even have their first core item on LeBlanc yet. Doran might just die here again.
Yep. He's just going to get taken down before he can do anything. Effort not even going to die in the interim after tanking up the turret. Shirley goes down, looking to get her first charge. Might even be denied, yeah. Not actually going to utilize it on that particular turret. Is Effort's going to get lit on fire? No. He's just going to walk out. Chovy doesn't have Ignite, of course. So Shirley going to get her charge onto the inhibitor turret. Carrier going down very low. Decent exhaust there as Cuz still able to help grab that turret as Carrier goes gold and had a lot of sticks in him. As you can see, Def now trying his very best to do some relevant damage, but the Moonlight Vigil not going to be enough. And T1 take down their first inhibitor turret at 17.5 minutes.
One of the scary things about this, though, is that a lot of them have no HP and mana, and Doran teleporting in. DRX are now in a position where they could actually maybe get this Infernal Dragon, and that would be a really big pickup for them here in this game. It looks like T1, yeah, they overextended a little bit too much, and now this is just going to be, I believe, a free dragon given over to DRX. Now, Chovy's not here, but they're not going to contest it. And so a bit unfortunate that they give that away. That is a breath of fresh air, though, for DRX fans.
I don't know whether stalling is necessarily going to work out here for DRX, though, as the Fate Scroll comes in with the ultimate, with everything. And Doran not going to be able to survive this one. Effort tanking up the turret very nicely, and Effort using the Unbreakable to make sure that the Lucian damage was negligible. You can see Deft, though, he's still pretty strong, building towards his first Zeal item. Does have his Berserker Greaves and his Infinity Edge already done. and he's ahead in farm by just a few. So he might be someone that DRX can lean on. But Doran certainly isn't, despite the fact that he does have a CS advantage. The 2-0-1 sitting on the Ornn, the fact that he's about to tick towards level 13 to get all of those extra stats for himself, and will then be able to deliver so many stats over to the rest of T1. Might of the Ruin King, the Trinity Fusion as well, and so much more for T1.
It's really, really close to that level 13. It looks like DRX is thinking about making their way downriver, and honestly, I don't know how Kana doesn't...
Okay, well...
Oh, a bit of a Owen Wilson here.
Exactly, he's certainly behind enemy lines, but he's going to throw down the Ornn Horn anyway, as he gets the knock up onto Deft, but Sentry Turret comes in. There are a lot of Chakrams, and Deft is delivered the kill for free. Going to pick up a bunch of extra money there, so this is the win condition for DRX. We have to remember that Deft is 100% of their late game, but whether he's going to be able to actually do anything is going to be the big question, as Faker's Gatling gun is enough to scare Chovy away, and Effort and Cuz just going to make sure that their captain is not going to be doing anything too silly. As Carrier comes on in, and that is the wave cleared. The DRX still certainly on the back foot.
Yeah, DRX are still very far behind right now. Kana just waiting to ding that level 13. He'll get the Infernal Mask as well as the Forge Fire Cape. And you take a look at the minimap, and everything is dark from DRX's point of view. So everyone just walks down into the bot lane and kills him. This was really just something straight out of solo queue. One of the freest kills that I think we've seen in the LCK.
Yeah.
So Kana does end up dying there. At the end of it, T1 are still ahead, 3,500 gold.
And it's 4 turrets to 0 as well. I mean, there's just no map control at all for DRX. So how they're supposed to get towards a second Infernal Drake is just beyond me. The fact that they were able to steal away the first one is actually huge news for them, because by all intents and purposes, there was no way that they should have been allowed to. Slight blunder there positionally from T1 with that overdive, but still not a team that is then going to flip with the numbers not in their favor. So not bad. As Kana, yeah, he's got a fair few stats here now that he's picked up his Infernal Mask and his Forge Fire Cape like you were talking about. But Doran is at least here to stop this turret from going down. Kana knocking on the door of 4,000 health as well. He's a very tanky boy.
Well, Kana looking like he's just waiting for Doran. It looks like Doran's actually going to check it. Nope, not going to. Oh, Faker trying to sneak his way in here. They don't know about Effort, though, I don't believe.
If I was Doran, I would be running for the hills right now, as this turret is definitely dead. Thankfully, he is going to leave the area. And Effort going to move out as well, as Pioshik just looking to try and clear. It should mean that the turret stays alive, actually. So, good news for DRX. Very close to being another dive for T1. Flash now available for Doran, though, so it would have been more difficult to lock him down. Cuz picks up a whole bunch of this farm up topside, but Chovy is going to answer him. Very even as far as CS is concerned for our mid laners, but 1-0 and 3 is going to be a big lead, as there's Depth Charge, gets a flash out of Effort.
And the way that this game currently is, 1 minute until Infernal. I don't believe that Kana's going to be able to ding 14 prior to that team fight, but interesting to know that Effort does have an ornament item. Typically supports, the melee supports don't end up building it at any point, but this will be the circlet of the Iron Solari that can be picked up by him.
Yep, I like it a lot. Making sure that they have as much opportunities for Kana to augment their team as possible. He's probably going to go for Might of the Ruin King and that Trinity Fusion first. But certainly as these levels start piling in, he's going to get stronger and stronger. We'll see what Cuz is actually going to purchase, whether he's going to be a Savant, as we've seen in the past with an Infernal Mask purchase. Try and boost up the Faker damage. And speaking of Faker, he heads towards topside, looks to clear out this minion wave, and he might be thinking about a back timing or something like that. I'm not sure when the next package is available, but if that comes in, that should be very, very useful for making sure that this Infernal Drake is going to belong to T1. Right now, Kana is taking a hell of a lot of damage, actually. This could be pivotal for making sure that DRX have the best opportunity possible. Pioshik throws over a barrel as they do get vision, and that back is just going to be stopped as Doran throws in the Ardent Blaze. Kana walking across vision, And Deft going to get snared up. Piotrek has to get out of here as, oh my god, Chovy into the backline. Faker diving on over with the Valkyrie as there's the dredge line. Goes golden, but into the backline is Canna. Flash out from Deft to make sure that he stays alive as Canna taking all this auto attack damage. The onslaught there from Deft, but he gets exhausted and will be taken down by Teddy. Doran now trying to kite this one out as Piotrek is on top of Faker, but he Valkyries again. Gets himself out of the way. T1 will get themselves to Soul Point and win themselves a team fight, but Piotrek able to be a hero on the backline, and Chovy as well takes down Teddy. Cuz should be able to answer this one, but there are distortions. There's a lot of funny business that Chovy can throw out, as now should be able to dart his way around this map and teleport himself to safety. So the trade is going to be even, but the Infernal Drake went to T1.
Yeah, and you can see that T1, they're still looking for Chovy, but he's already managed to get out of there via the teleport. So they win the team fight, or they end up going even in it for the most part. Take a look at Chovy, lands a two-man distortion and takes Teddy out of the fight almost immediately, goes back in with a bit of smoke and mirrors, just barely manages to dodge the ornament ultimate. On the right-hand side, Kana locking up Doran as well. Deft ends up getting exhausted and pillared as well, brought down almost immediately as Doran not able to find the kill onto Faker. Not really that much synergy with Piotrek as they attempt to bring him down, but Piotrek goes back in with the flash body slam, and Teddy, not really long for this world, ended up even blowing his flash, as Chovy was able to bring him down as the last man standing.
That could have been so much worse for DRX, though. The fact that they're able to get those follow-up kills certainly does help their chances as this game goes on. But you've mentioned it before. I mean, the scaling advantage is just too huge, and DRX are going to have to make some absolute hero plays if they're going to get their way back into this game. 3.5 minutes on Infernal Soul potential for T1, and right now they're just controlling vision around this Baron. It's looking real dicey here for DRX.
Yeah, this is looking very scary if you are a DRX fan, because T1 now matching in the Infernal Soul Point even in 3 minutes.
Full dredge line barely gets carried out. He has to flash as Fate Skull gets effort in on top of Deft, but he's unstoppable for the moment and is eventually taken down. That's going to be the double kill for Faker. Now Doran in trouble as Teddy hops over the wall. Triple kill for the man in the mid lane for T1 as Doran has been spotted. Faker is chasing him. He wants that quadra as there is the Blade of the Ruin King, but it's not going to be enough. Canna steals away the quadra kill. Faker is tilted, but he might still just win the series.
Well, it looks like they're putting their attention on the mid inhibitor, and they're going to end up getting that before quickly moving over to the Baron afterwards, and Chovy doesn't really have that much to do inside of this game. Look at the magic resistance coming out on the side of T1, and things are only going to get worse for him in the remainder of this game. As you take a look at this, the Kalista ultimate doesn't end up colliding with Deft. It doesn't matter. The pillar comes out. Synergy with the Orn, knocking up Deft, who stands tall, but only to be knocked down. Duran getting over the Raptor pit wall, but brought down in the end. Anyway, T1, meanwhile, in live, do capture the Baron, and I think that's it, Atlas. I think T1 are going to go on Saturday to meet Gen G in the spring finals.
And they also look very scary on their way over there as well. So Gen G, hopefully, they are of course watching, but hopefully they're studying the best way to take down T1. And I think it has a lot to do with trying to scale against them, because T1 just don't make the mistakes that these mono red compositions require you to make. It's just not a way that you can beat this team. As they will be able to take down Rift Scuttler here. Infernal Drake is going to be available in 1 minute and 15. And that will be lights out if it isn't already.
Yep. 1 minute until it does end up spawning. And I don't know what DRX is supposed to do, really, at this point, because there's so many resistances. It's not even like they can make a pick off either, because there's so many ways for T1's champions to either be durable enough to live until help arrives, or to just get out of a sticky situation. And I hope that Chovy, he opens that book and he reads what's inside.
Yeah.
As I don't think there's good news inside of it. 45 seconds until Infernal Soul comes up. Baron push. Running down mid. Kana finds Chovy, gets the distortion out.
Yeah, it's going to be the chains that do land, get a little bit of CC, but There's the cast. Doesn't really do too much, but Faker is out of position. Depth charge is going to land. Fate's Call comes in, though, and Depth once again going to be the target. Taken down immediately as Chovy off to the side, not able to find the chains, and Carrier is going to get burned down. And now Teddy hopping mad in the back line, looking for more. Gets himself the lifeline passive, nails the quadra kill, and Chovy's going to be here standing underneath his turret with his little crab emote saying, Teddy, bring it. If you want to get that pentakill, you're going to need to come and take me down. But Teddy's not interested in that. This guy just wants to get himself to the finals on Saturday, and they are going to be able to do so. Faker is looking for Chovy for that 1v1, but it's just not going to matter. Nexus to be taken down. DRX fought back in game number 3, but in the end, it was all T1. And they are going to meet Gen.G in that final for the 2017 World Championship rematch.
And that's going to be it for the series tonight as T1 3-1 Dragon X. And honestly, I have no problem with the way that the series went. As T1, they showed up with, I think, better drafts in all 4 of the games, which was very surprising. Always a pleasure to see the center comps end up losing, and DRX, they could never accrue any advantages. And also, huge shout out to Kana for his performance today.
Yeah.
Because it alleviated so much pressure in this series, and he just put on a bit of a top gap in this series.
He certainly did. I think it was all about the top and jungle gap so far this series as well. I mean, I felt like the only game that Pioshik was able to find any sort of an edge was when Cuz really couldn't get anything proactive done in the early game. And, you know, the World of Warcraft PvE gameplay came out on top. But that's not going to happen in the majority of cases. And so, very impressive stuff. I thought Faker also played extraordinarily well in the last game. He had some interesting plays in game number 1, but ultimately it didn't even really matter, and he was just very stable in that mid lane, even though he was up against Chovy, who was... There was no chokey this game. This wasn't about, you know, any sort of big throws from any particular members of the team. I think it was just T1 playing better macro League of Legends, and the game plan from DRX just not working out. They just weren't able to play that mono-red style to the point where T1 didn't make enough mistakes to let DRX into the game. And DRX couldn't force anything that they actually wanted to take.
And I mean, that's really where the problems were stemming from in this series, where DRX had drafts that required them to get advantages in the early stages of the game, obviously bailed out once by Ziggs, and both times that he was picked, he was the only champion that could have acted as an insurance policy. And then here, in game number 4, you just saw nothing was able to really happen. And there's a lot of people that'll say, well, DRX is making mistakes. They should have been able to make something happen. No, that's not how that works.
No.
Because T1, as 5 other professional players, are aware of what needs to happen. And they can cut their losses in some places to prevent it at all costs. As the snowball really started early for T1, and it really stifled everything that DRX could hope to achieve.
Yeah, this was precisely that moment, and Chovy falling down was just the cherry on top. I think even if it was just that kill on a Pioshik, it would have been enough. As Kana then winning the 1v1 matchup against the Lucian, and Dorian with a very greedy back placement. Yeah. Kana just sending him to the moon. That's what happens. I mean, I thought it was Carrier that was all about putting down those flags, but it looks like Kana wants to do so as well, as Faker delivers Pioshik a package. But, you know, it's that time where you go to the letterbox and you look for that thing that you ordered, and instead you find a build. And that was exactly what happened. That package was not the one that he wanted to actually collect. As Kana tries to turn this one around on the bottom side, but this is when he was just caught out of position. But from this point on, I don't think Deft was actually allowed to do anything. He got a few autos off in this team fight, but then there was just too much CC, too much control. And Deft just doesn't have enough flashes to save himself from that.
No, and there's just nothing that really Aphelios can do in this team composition, because he's always going to get locked up by Ornn and Trundle. There's no protection for him, and in the later stages, he can't go melee range against the Corki and the Kalista. So it is surprising that it took so long towards the later stages of the split. Well, it's a couple of nerfs, but Aphelios has really looked a lot more vulnerable in some of the more recent series, and not just in even LCK, but also globally. As
I think
this team fight.
I think the G2 Fnatic series certainly showed us that Aphelios is nowhere near the Elodios that he used to be. I did like the creative way that G2 dealt with it, with Caps' Cogmore, with the Lulu in the lane. I thought that was absolutely fantastic. I mean, Tahm Kench aside. But still, I think that T1 had a pretty good way of dealing with it as well, and that was by absolutely excruciatingly winning everywhere and then having way too much CC for Def to deal with. Look at this. Like, he was at a kid's birthday party, stuck inside the bouncy castle for the entire...
Yeah. And there was just nothing that Chovy can do. LeBlanc can't enter into any of these team fights because everyone, too many resistances, too difficult to get taken down. And then if she gets tagged by Braum once, it's all over.
들어와도 될 것 같기도 해. 들어와도 될 것 같기도 해. 올만해. 타워 좀 깨줘, 타워 좀 깨줘, 타워 좀 깨줘.
미드라인 끝내자, 미드라인.
나이스. 저있습니다.
나이스. 몇 년 만에 결승이고 이거. 나.
이거 조심 아니야, 이거?
레전드네.
근데.
He didn't see the emote. That's so sad.
오랜만이다 결승.
여기서 로얄로도
눈물 나누기야.
And like I was saying to you earlier, Atlas, T1 win 100% of the games they capture the Nexus. So,
And I can't believe that stat stayed relevant. You spoke about it in this game, and then once again, in a game that T1 wins, they kill the Nexus. Just insane. I don't know how you do it so consistently.
I'm not sure
I
either.
voted. My POG vote was LS. 10 out of 10. Extraordinary stuff. As what was also pretty good was Faker's large amount of damage. He managed to put down the LeBlanc pretty comfortably here in this game. But it was, you know, 1 Drake and 4 kills away from a perfect game. It was very, very close to being that as the game progressed from an early game that T1 had full control over, with a composition that shouldn't have had full control in the early game.
No, and that's basically where the cookie started to crumble. We're going to have to see who gets the player of the game. I gave it over to Kana yet again, who I think was the MVP of the series. Overall,
yeah, I think
he did
probably
so
overall,
much.
yes. I think Faker had a fantastic game in game number 4, and I gave it to him, but we'll have to find out exactly who that is going to be this time, as Caster Sung is going to announce it, and it will be Kana for 1-8 on the Ornn. Being able to solo kill the Lucian certainly was very impressive.
Yeah. Really key to take off all the pressure and basically make the Lucian invalid in this game, as he was never able to really come back. So Doran, in a bit of a surprising fashion, just falling down here so easily in top lane. And maybe the pressure of the series just ended up getting to him.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's certainly some work to be done here by DRX, but they will have a lot of time now to do it, and I think they should still be proud of how far they've come with the rookies on this team, right? Remember, Carrier and Koshik are still so extremely young. Not to mention, you know, Chovy doesn't have that many years on his hands either. So we'll see what this means for DRX as we move into the summer split. But I think that this team is still a very exciting one to watch. Just not good enough here on the day to take down T1, who are positioning themselves to be candidates for top of the standings. As I was the only Faker vote, there was also a lonely Cuz vote, as otherwise it was 7 out of 9 in favor of Kana.
Yep. And we'll have to hear from the players in the MVP interview what they're thinking, as now, unlike just having 2 days to prepare, they're going to have 3, well, 3 if you include the day, before they face off against Gen G. That's going to be on Saturday, the 25th.
Oh, yeah.
Here
and that will be...
Yeah.
That'll be at LOL Park, and that will be with you and Brendan Valdez alongside you. So really exciting. Looking forward to exactly what's going to happen in the 2017 World Championship rematch. That will be super, super fun. And now we get to hear from Effort and Kana this time around, which is crazy. I mean, going into this series, do you expect to hear from Effort and Kana afterwards? I don't think so.
I think that's the most surprising thing that anyone could have expected, is that the main carries that people probably would have expected to pop off and show up didn't.
Yeah,
And let's
well, they
pass it over to
did. It's
Ji-sun.
just these guys were better. So let's throw it over to Ji-sun
감사합니다.
for the POG interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season with the translation, and we'll be hearing from Effort and Kanna. How do you feel moving on to the finals? Do I start?
일단은 이겨서
So
좋고요.
first, I'm happy that we won.
한번
And
우승까지 한 걸음 남았는데
There's just one
꼭
step
이겨서
away from getting the
로얄로드
title.
빌고 싶네요.
So I really want to win and become the Royal Roader. Yeah, I heard a voice come that you were keep mentioning the Royal Roader. So really looking forward to it. And what about you, Effort? Just like last split, I'm once again going to the finals. So I'm really happy. So Kanna, you were really showing up. Especially Doran was doing a lot of work in the last playoff series, but this was your first best of 5 in your life, and it was a whole new situation, and Doran was in a really great momentum, so we were really expecting a lot of neck and neck competition. I just played like I normally do. I wasn't really feeling any extra pressure. Yeah, a lot of people are picking you as the series MVP. So how do you rate your own performance today?
좋은 날인 것 같아요.
I think today is a really good day. I guess Kanna is actually saying that I'm just always good like this. So Effort. Today, well, DRX tried a lot of unconventional draft. Up until game number 3, how did the players react to it? We didn't expect them to kind of pull off some of the unorthodox picks, but we didn't actually predict it will be Victor, but we were actually able to kind of go into it really well with our draft. And also, yeah, that unorthodox pick actually worked at game number 3, so what kind of feedback did you guys have after dropping a game? Nothing really deep. Just as usual, we just did as we prepared. I guess the players were expecting this kind of accident to happen during the best of 5 series. And Effort, you also played first pick champions Bard, Seth, and Yumi, and also Maokai. Was it all prepared? Yeah, I mean, anytime. During the even regular split, we were looking for the angle to play those new champions, but today was the right situation to try new champs. Bard is actually in the center of the debate, actually, of the LCK fans. Especially about the ultimate. Can you be more specific about the champion? Yeah, Bard, it relies really hard on ultimate. Everything comes down to ultimate. So it's a kind of champion. But I can see a very satisfied green on Effort face right now, which means that he's really satisfied with his own performance on the champion. And also, I want to ask Kanna about Ornn, because Ornn got several nerfs and it cannot really put the same pressure that it used to. Well, those kind of top matchup with Ornn was always prepared, so I wasn't really feeling a lot of pressure. So better pilot wins the lane. Kanna, I think you're like sticking with some of the prepared lines for the interviews. So, did anyone give you any advice? No one? No, not at all. Did anyone give you any specific advice at all? No. I guess they all trusted on Kanna today. Kanna, do you know how many solo kills you got today? 4 times, I guess. Don't act like you don't know. I know you counted it. Didn't you count it while you were playing? Because, well, you were popping off today. And with effort and Kana playing so well. There are also a lot of other older players in your team. Did they give you any shout out after the game?
코치님한테 엄청
First
오늘
of all,
잘했다고
our
얘기
coaching
많이
staff
많이
told
들었어요.
us you guys did really well today.
그러면 T1에서 언제나 자체적으로 시리즈 POG를
So T1 always pick their own series POG. So do you think you deserve the champion belt?
다 드려야죠.
I mean, my both hands up and also my feet up.
솔로킬 4번 했는데 뭐 이런 얘기가 들면서 일단은 전반적으로 에포트 선수는 그 미소와 함께
And effort with that peaceful green while Kana is doing the interview. Do you agree that Kana deserved the MVP today?
너무 승전보만 계속 울리고
Yeah, I mean, we only heard triumphs throughout the game today, so I think he did a really great job.
이길 때마다 오늘 이거 좀 약간 노린 것도 있었던 것
But
같아요.
Kana, I also saw you using a lot of emotes today.
왜냐면 오늘 칸나 선수 빼고 거의 인장이 잘 안
Because actually no one else used the emote on your side of
그런 것
team.
같아요.
I know, right?
꿋꿋하게 계속 썼던 이유가 있을 것
But
같아요.
there must be a reason that you were sticking with using the emotes.
좋아해가지고 계속 썼던 것 같아요.
I mean, I like Pengu, that's why.
자, 이렇게 해서 이제 오늘 3대1 승리를 따내면서
So with this 3-0 win, you guys are heading to the finals up against Genji. It's not gonna be an easy series, so is there any words you want to say to Genji?
뭐 지금까지 만났을 때 다
Well,
이겼으니까
I mean, we won them every
다음에도
time,
이길 것 같아요.
so I think we will once again.
지금까지 흐름 그대로 이어나가겠다는 그런 얘기들. 짜릿해하시는데. 네. 그럼 에포트 선수는
And effort.
어떻습니까? 지금 사실 T1 팬 여러분들께서
A lot of T1 fans are we're really like looking forward to today's series, believing that you guys are gonna win.
이렇게 온라인으로 진행되는 와중에도
Even though the game is always held on remote, but there are still sending us great support, so we are able to perform really well. So we will do our best in the finals as well. Kana, who do you want to share these awesome highlights of your performance today?
부모님?
My parents? Any message for your parents?
못 본지는 오래됐지만
Well, it's been a
멀리서
while
응원해
since I
주시는
saw
거
you, but
감사합니다.
I
열심히
want to say
할게요.
thank you for always being so supportive. Thank you. I'll do my best. So this will be the end of the interview. The finalists of LCK, Effort and Kana from T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for your interview translation, and congratulations to Effort and Kana for taking away DRX's chances in the final and for seeding themselves right up in there with Gen G on Saturday. That is going to be huge. At Lowell Park Live, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be no audience, but at least the players will be there alongside Brennan Valdez and LS. And you can see it right here on your screen. 25th of April, KST at 5 p.m. Gen G versus T1, 2017 finals rematch. Very exciting stuff.
And I don't have any clue what to expect for that series. It's been a while since we've seen Gen G play.
Yep.
They've probably been preparing for this, maybe even anticipating T1 to be the one that would meet them on Saturday. So both teams are going to have 2 days now to make any final last adjustments that they possibly can. And that's going to be a pretty big best of 5.
It's going to be huge. I'm really excited. I'm going to be there at Lowell Park watching along while you guys take it away, of course. Very excited to see what is going to happen there. And also just, yeah, super psyched to see who is going to be the best team in Korea at the end of spring. And summer is going to be starting relatively soon as well. So we'll be straight back into the action as soon as everything has concluded. So going to be really interesting stuff. Make sure, guys, you are keeping your Pog State subscriptions up to date because we're going to be filming another episode tomorrow where we go over, sorry, on Sunday. We're going to be filming on Sunday. It's not tomorrow.
Yeah.
On Sunday, we're going to be filming another episode where we're going to go over exactly what has happened here in the LCK and all of our thoughts on what the state of Korea is at the moment when it comes to League of Legends. But for now, that is going to do us for Playoffs Round 2. We'll see you on Saturday for that grand final. Good night.